Put the shrimp on the Barbie.
The world is getting crazier. People are acting more and more insane. The end of the world is tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's only one thing to do when the world is falling apart. Listen to Basil and Gonz as they discuss this week's news and events through the lens of Bible prophecy. You are listening to Canary Crime News Talk.
You're listening to Canary Crime News Talk. Today is May 24th, 2021. This is episode 334. And today, Wuhan, razzle dazzle. I'm your best buddy, Basil.
That's Wuhan, but it's okay. And this is Gonz, your favorite Asian provocateur for Christ. Welcome to the podcast where we bring you the best news, which is the gospel message of Jesus Christ, while reporting the egregious with a well-rounded, biblically grounded take on world events. And that's Wuhan. Yeah, but it's okay. It's who and woo, it all sounds the same.
I beg your forgiveness.
Maybe.
But we're back. Happy to be back. It's Monday, though, so that's always fun. I'm not going to lie, Gonz. For most of my life, Mondays were a sad time, but I actually get excited about Mondays now because there's always so much to catch up on, and it was good times. It was living the good life, baby.
Yeah, that's good. Life is, but a wisp. Better enjoy it.
You do anything exciting? Anything exciting this weekend?
This weekend? No, I did some mixing of a project. That I will not say anything else about.
I know. So cryptic. You were watching Great British Bake Off. You were mixing the flour with the butter and a secret ingredient, which you'll never tell.
Yes, that's precisely what I was doing. I'm getting ready to audition for Worst Cook in America.
It's baking, Gonz.
Whatever.
Baking and cooking are not the same thing.
Baking is harder than standard cooking.
Cooking is an art.
Yeah.
Baking is a science.
Yeah.
All right. That's enough about absolutely nothing. Let's see here. I didn't go on any bike rides. I have no river people updates, but I'm assuming that they are rebuilding. They're strong, resilient people down there. Let's see. I hung out with some other human beings this weekend. Doesn't seem like even the most liberal among them care about anything anymore. Seems like things are kind of going back to normal.
Yeah, they've really, when I say they, maybe the elite, have really dropped the ball, lost the opportunity to really do some of the more nefarious types of control mechanisms that a lot of people were suggesting or fear-mongering. I mean, it's not over. They can always dial it up and bring it all back, but...
Well, it was the turning point. I believe one of the biggest turning points was the poll that anti-vaxxers are mostly Democrats or Democrat-leaning. So it was pretty much immediately after that you saw things starting to change. The case numbers have declined. People are not wearing masks. Interesting thing. I'm not in a super liberal area of the country, but it's also not blatantly conservative. Every company had the mask sign, and I'm speaking on behalf of those with the worldview that masks were a political statement, which I don't necessarily agree with, but that's how they were sort of created. But the mask signage is going down. The waiters, servers not wearing masks. Nobody's wearing masks because everybody is pretending to be vaccinated.
I will say I went to a local Trader Joe's this weekend, which allegedly are, they don't have the CDC sign on the front of the store or anything like that. It's more of a personal choice type of thing now. And I pulled into the parking lot, pretty busy, on a weekend, and I was a little disappointed. I mean, you have masked people still driving around, getting out of their cars, walking to the store in their mask. Right. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to put a mask on. And at least in the store, because like we've mentioned before, we've been somewhat respectful of the private businesses if they want it, whatever. It's not, I understand the greater, you know,
you're not a good free I was going to say free carpet, free market capitalist unless you know, let the businesses make their own decisions.
I understand that there is a greater symbolic thing going on there with the muzzle and all that. And we've talked about all those issues. But in regards to, you know, stores around here, I was like, yeah, I'm just going to walk and see what happens. Disappointed. Everybody wearing masks in the Trader Joe's, at least the one here. And so, yeah, I just did my thing.
I thought you were going to say something else. I thought you were setting up a big reveal that everybody at a Trader Joe's in Southern California, you know, are not only not wearing masks, but setting them on fire and throwing them in a pile before they walk into Trader Joe's.
There are circles of people doing that. Yeah, that would have been a thing if everyone's wearing their masks until they get inside and then they take off their masks. Yeah, that would have been special, but no.
Yeah, virtue signal in the parking lot.
Yeah, and I was even hoping
breathe in the store.
I was even hoping for someone to see me without my mask, and then, you know, like they have an epiphany. They look at me and then go, "Oh, I can take it off," and then they take off their masks, and then like a virus, it spreads, and everybody in the store takes off. No, it didn't happen. I was like, I'm going to be a catalyst.
Start a revolution.
I'm going to be a catalyst of freedom in this Trader Joe. Nope, didn't happen. Everyone kind of looked at me weird and went on with their day as a.
We call that delusions of grandeur.
No. Well, it was cool in my mind before I walked in, but alas, it did not play out as I hoped. But it's okay.
Well, yeah. You know what else didn't play out?
What?
Anthony Fauci trying to say a single sentence.
Oh, no.
COVID-1 clearly originated in China, and we were fortunate to escape a major pandemic. So we really had to learn a lot more about the viruses that were there, about whether or not people were getting infected with bad viruses. So in a very minor collaboration as part of a subcontract of a grant, we had a collaboration with some Chinese scientists. And what he conflated that is that therefore we were involved in creating the virus, which is the most ridiculous, majestic leap I've ever heard of.
Okay, little Freudian slip almost there. Chinese scientists.
So many problems with that he said. Obviously, yes, the communist slip. We were, what was the word he said? They were cooperating or...
He said loosely, it was like a loose cooperation, which goes to the other part, which I'm thinking that you're going to bring up, is that Fauci was saying like a week ago when he was pressed on it by Rand Paul, that there was no money or any cooperation or anything that they did with the Wuhan lab. But since the facts came out, he's kind of had to backpedal on that.
He's having to slither his way out of yet another one. But you can see the straw man that he's kind of setting up, because what he says is, yes, we had very little cooperation with Chinese communists.
Very little, yeah. Just okay.
But also mentions, you know what? Play it again. I need the actual words. I don't want to put words in his mouth.
So in a very minor collaboration as part of a subcontract of a grant, we had a collaboration with some Chinese scientists. And what he...
Okay, that's kind of the main part there.
No, I wanted to hear the next part.
Okay. Related to that is that therefore we were involved in creating the virus, which is the most ridiculous, majestic leap I've ever heard of.
Majestic leap. What on earth is the most ridiculous, majestic leap to say that we had something to do with creating the virus? Now, you know, whether or not, and there is a spectrum of belief. Let's be clear. You know, the amount of blame. Whether you think, you know, Fauci is some sort of mastermind who paid to have the virus made and then set loose on the population, and you know he's some sort of like Illuminati demon. That's one thing, and surely there are people who take it that far. But as far as the Rand Paul comments go, Rand Paul was just saying, hey, you gave money to this institute.
Yeah.
And so his point was not that you created the virus and it's all your fault, but that, hey, you have a vested interest in defending against the idea that it's a lab-made virus, which shows what Fauci is actually responding to. Rand is not saying, hey, you made the virus, you're an evil genius. He's saying, hey, you paid to you are financially involved with the Wuhan lab. So you defending against the lab grown hypothesis doesn't mean anything. There's a conflict of interest. But in this, Fauci goes all the way to he feels guilty. Even though he's not technically being accused of creating an evil virus and releasing it on the world, that's what he's defending against. And it's very telling. So I don't know. Who knows? But just another example, just blatant example of Fauci having to weasel his way out of a blatant lie to Congress.
Yeah, we'll get back to Fauci and some of the flip-flopping he's doing there. With some other issues, including the lab-created conversation or naturally created virus conversation. But this majestic leap seems to be part of his vocabulary to quote-unquote debunk or deflect anything that he doesn't agree with. He used the same phrase back in April when he was talking about hydroxychloroquine being a treatment for, April of 2020. This is a year ago. Talking about hydroxychloroquine, saying that the using hydroxychloroquine to treat for coronavirus is a majestic leap. So I don't know what kind.
Did he say that?
Yeah, he did. He used the same phrase, majestic leap.
I'm assuming you don't have a clip.
I don't, but I have this Washington Examiner. Well, maybe there's a clip. Let me see if it'll load.
Yeah, I mean, that's beautiful. I believe you, but it would be so fun to hear him say majestic leap. That's not like that's not a common turn of phrase or something, right? This is just,
it seems to be a
sounds like something I would say, honestly.
Yeah.
It's a weird thing to say.
Yeah, I don't think there's a clip of it, but the headline from Washington Examiner is Fauci cautions against, quote, majestic leap to believe anti-malaria drug is a knockout treatment for coronavirus. That's April 3rd, 2020. So
it is so weird. And it could possibly just be, he doesn't know that many big words to use. So majestic is kind of the thing.
Or he's under a spell.
That's why I would say it. It's just like, I don't know, majestic leap. But I wonder if it has like some esoteric connection.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's in some magic rituals and stuff to, be a part of the elite gang there, and it's just on the front of his mind a lot. This majestic leap.
I'm just throwing it out there. Majestic leap does sound like some sort of strange occult turn of phrase Aleister Crowley would have written about or something.
Yeah, it's not a quantum leap; it's a majestic leap.
Majestic leap. It's so beautiful. All right.
Yep.
Well, you got something else?
Oh, no, I was just going to say that and just point out one more time how his flub with the Chinese, how he almost said, Chinese communists. It's worth noting. I mean, people misspeak. I'm not suggesting that, he, well, I don't know. I think he does know that he worked and gave money to the Chinese communists, but he had to censor himself a little bit.
No, of course. That was the truth coming out. Yeah.
Freudian.
Okay.
Fauci Freudian slip.
Speaking of which, let's check in on Flippy.
Flippy update.
Do you want fries with that?
Welcome to Chinese News!
A lot of China talk.
Freudian flip. That might be something.
Freudian
that might
flip.
be something. Flippy. Okay, it's the Flippy update, folks. If you're new to the show, let me learn you something. Flippy is the colloquial name for the disembodied robot arms that are taking our jobs, enslaving our children, and flirting with our spouses. We use talking about Flippy as a way to explore all the new, fun, and exciting ways that robots are taking over the world, and just how there's nothing we can do about it. Today, Gons, Coming from SCMP.com, that's the South China Morning Post. The headline is China Space Station's giant robotic arm sparks concerns in the U.S.
Oh boy.
That's right. Flippy's in space. China's deployment of a powerful robotic arm attached to the core module of its Tiangong space station has sparked concerns in the United States over its possible military applications. Chinese scientists say the 10-meter long device, which is capable of lifting objects weighing up to 20 tons. Gons, this is going to give away sort of a little bit of the conversation, but will you look up the specs on Canadarm2?
Yeah, I was going to say, I was actually on my way to do that right now.
Good, okay. Chinese scientists say that the 10-meter long device, which is capable of lifting objects weighing up to 20 tons and can move around on the outside of the station, will be used to grab incoming spacecraft as they approach to help them dock. While the concept is not new, China has launched several scavenger satellites fitted with robotic arms to gather and steer space debris so it burns up in the Earth's atmosphere. Not everyone in the U.S. is convinced its purpose is wholly benign. James Dickinson, commander of the U.S. Space Command, told a Congress hearing last month that the technology, quote, could be used in the future system for grappling other satellites and was therefore a concern to the U.S. military. Quote, one notable object in the Shenzhen 17, a Chinese satellite with a robotic arm, he said, adding that its ability to potentially take down U.S. probes was a pacing challenge in the space domain. The China Academy of Space Technology, which developed and operates Shenzhen 17, said at the time of its launch in 2016 that its mission was to test, quote, high orbit space debris observation technologies. However, the Center for Strategic and International Studies, a Washington-based think tank, said in March that the satellite had over the years made a number of unusual maneuvers and varied its position in relation to other satellites while in geostationary orbit above the Earth. While the technology is not new, NASA began equipping its space shuttles with robotic arms as early as the 1990s. Macau-based military analyst Anthony Wang-Dong said it was understandable the Americans were concerned. Quote, the key question is when it is used by the Chinese and what is the actual purpose, he said. Dickinson told Congress that in the event of a war, the combatants would spend the opening minutes trying to disable their enemy's communication tools like America's GPS. China had developed a broad complement of jamming and cyberspace capabilities, directed energy weapons, on-orbit capabilities, and ground-based anti-satellite missiles that could block or damage U.S. satellite systems. Isn't it crazy how directed energy weapons are just a normal part of conversation now?
Yeah.
After being the domain of pure tinfoil hat wearing crazy people.
Yeah, it didn't even take a decade to get there.
No. But Song Zhongping, a military commentator in Hong Kong, said Dickinson was playing up the China threat to justify a bigger budget. Well, he's probably not wrong. And that the removal of space debris removal was an important issue. Okay. Quote, if China makes a breakthrough in debris removal, it will be welcomed internationally, he said. In a 2016 white paper, Beijing said dealing with space debris, including monitoring, early warning, and emergency response, was one of its 10 major tasks for the following 5 years. And here we are, 5 years later, and they're just purposefully dumping giant rockets into orbit just to allow them to crash back down. Okay. Several methods then we just get into space junk. Who cares about the space junk?
Did you know everything in space is CGI? You just go up there and everything turns into just computer graphic imaging. It's pretty amazing.
I did not know that, but it explains so much.
It explains everything. Yeah. Once you go up there, it's not that it doesn't exist. It's that when you get there, you turn into CGI.
You're on the edges of the simulation.
Yeah.
So you get more ethereal.
Right.
So do you have those specs on Canadarm2?
Not everything, but the Chinese arm is 10 meters long, which is equivalent to about 32 feet. According to NASA.gov, remote manipulator system Canadarm2 is 57.7 feet long. So it's got a longer reach. But
what do they got? They got Canada Arm 2 has a bigger reach.
Yeah, Canada Arm 2 is a much longer reach, 32 versus 57.
Canada.
However, longer reach doesn't always mean better. You know, if you're if you're more compact and you can pack a harder
speed.
punch. Yeah, so it's the Canadarm can hit the Chinese arm from further away.
I'm standing up for Canadarm 2. Still my favorite giant robotic arm. Canada, you're doing it, man. You're you're helping. We appreciate it. We love your arm. And it's longer than the Chinese arm, so take that, China.
I'm just picturing this giant space station arm wrestling.
So, okay, that's what I was going to move into, because last week we talked about the call for a BattleBots style Mars rover combat session between the Chinese rover and the NASA rover. I think we should start a campaign to get Canada Arm 2 and the Chinese arm to arm wrestle.
I think
this is the next stage in and Flippy, Space Flippy can referee.
Yeah.
With his forearms flying around up there.
One of the movies that I watched growing up that would be on television, Over the Top with Sly Stallone. Have you ever seen this movie?
No.
You've never seen Over the Top?
No.
Oh my gosh, you need to. It needs to happen.
Okay.
It needs to happen.
What is it? Tell me about it. Is it an arm wrestling?
Yes, it's an arm wrestling movie with Sylvester Stallone. And he has this move. He always starts losing. He has this move where he like changes his grip and then he just made me want to arm wrestle. Yeah.
That's what wins the game. Yeah.
You need to watch it. I don't blame you.
I'll put it on the list. I don't know. This sounds like a pretty obscure film, but I'll check it out.
It's not an obscure film. How dare you?
Okay. One strange thing about this talk about the Chinese robotic arm is that it says it's capable of lifting objects weighing up to 20 tons.
20 tons, yes.
Now, weight is a strange thing. You know, weight is based on gravity. And in space, there's no gravity, which means there's no weight. So why are they bragging about how much it can lift?
Well, I mean, if it just signifies the strength of the grip or the strength that the arm can withstand, that could be a thing. Because theoretically, okay, let's say it's up there, the China space robot arm grabs onto something, and it's got to swing it around or something like that. A more robust arm would be able to handle itself better than the Canadarm, which is longer, but maybe it can't lift as much in terms of.
So weight is not necessarily the top concern. It would be the inertia of an object that to be overcome. And 20 tons, what I'm saying is I think 20 tons is, I don't think anything has 20 tons of inertia, at least at that size in space. I mean, you're talking about maybe pounds of inertia in a frictionless, gravityless situation. Look, I'm no rocket scientist, but I know all there is to know about robotic arms. Anyways, if there was an arm wrestle, if you're just going to talk about the physics of it, if Canada Arm 2 and this Chinese arm, it's kind of bumming me out that the Chinese arm doesn't have a name.
They probably do have a name, but they just don't want to say it, because then it's then it's some kind of war.
As if I could pronounce it in the first place. If there was an arm wrestle, what would happen is these two space stations would just start rotating around one another.
It'll be a romantic dance.
Yeah, it would be beautiful.
Reminiscent of the actual dealings of the global elite. Not so much fighting, but more of a romantic.
If indeed space is real. Yeah. Well, there you go. Good job, Canada Arm 2. Canada, you're still the strongest robotic arm in space in my book, and I will happily spend the pay-per-view dollars to watch the arm wrestle of the space stations.
Yeah, I did have this ready for you in case you wanted to go there, but we don't have to mention it or stay on it for too long. But Flippy, who was flipping burgers, is now impressing Spanish chefs. The paella made by robot gets a nod of approval from Spanish chef. And there's some footage out there of the arm. Oh, I don't want to hear the music of the robot arm in action. Putting in the rice and doing all the movements. And I mean, who needs humans anymore?
Riveting.
Yeah, who needs
riveting?
It does look a little more delicate and precise, detailed. I don't know what the word is to use than just simply flipping burgers. But it did get the approval of a Spanish chef there. So good job, Flippy. You're evolving in your kitchen work.
Space Flippy is way cooler. But I do want to thank who sent us the Space Flippy? Somebody emailed that to us.
Space
Hold
Flippy.
on.
Oh.
I want to make sure to thank the producer who did that. Dun, 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 dun. Ah, nuts. I can't find it anywhere. All right. We don't need to take up more time for it. I'm going to keep looking for it. We'll thank you in a second.
Okay.
But in that case, let's keep moving.
All right. We're going to do a little update on the Space Pope Reptilian.
Space Pope Reptilian.
Man, a lot of space, a lot of China. NBCnews.com. Pope Francis to get all-electric Pope mobile from EV startup Fisker.
It was David.
Thank you, David.
David A. Thank you very much for tweeting that over.
Appreciate that, producer David. Pope mobile getting an upgrade, and eat that, Tesla and Elon Musk. Going with another company here. Pope Francis, who has frequently spoken out on environmental issues, will trade in his Pope mobile for a new model running entirely on battery power. The pontiff met Thursday with Henrik Fisker and Gita Gupta Fisker, founders of the California-based electric car startup Fisker, who provided him with renderings of the vehicle they plan to deliver during the fourth quarter of next year. It will be based on the Fisker Ocean SUV the company plans to put in production in 2022. Quote, I got inspired reading that Pope Francis is very considerate about the environment and the impact of climate change for future generations, Henrik Fisker said in a statement. The connection to the Pope, Fisker told NBC News by email, was made through, quote, a mutual friend who arranged the meeting. Illuminati handler. This is the second zero-emission vehicle that the Argentine-born Pope will receive. Last year, Japanese automaker Toyota delivered a specially customized version of its Mirai fuel cell vehicle. Mirai means future, by the way, in Japanese.
Ooh.
It's currently one of the 3 hydrogen-powered vehicles on the market. The Toyota Pope Mobile has not seen extensive use, however, largely due to the challenges of finding a readily accessible source of the lightweight gas during the pontiff's travels. Traditionally, popes have traveled in vehicles provided to the Holy See by Mercedes-Benz, with the first presented to Pope Pius XI in 1930. Recent models have included transparent compartments where the Pope can stand up while also keeping him safe. That became essential following an assassination attempt of Pope John Paul II in May of 1981 in St. Peter's Square. For his part, the current Pope has maintained a low profile when it comes to the vehicles he travels in, preferring to use Fords, Jeeps, and Fiats.
Whoa, American made.
American, and is Fiat American? I don't think Fiat's American, is it?
No, it's Italian, I think.
Considering the environmentally friendly nature of the Fisker product and the fact that Francis met with the company's founders, there's a good chance it will find more use than Toyota's Pope Mobile once it is delivered. This is anti-Asian hate from the Pope. Excuse about not using the Japanese one. The design is based on the Ocean, the first product Fisker plans to bring to market. Currently, it is set to go into production at a factory in Austria on November 17th. Yada, 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 prices, blah, blah, blah. So, there you go. New Pope Mobile. He's going green.
Is it electric?
It's an electric car. It's
hydrogen?
It's an electric car. It's got a little top part where the Pope can stick his head up and wave to people, I guess.
Yeah, he's always had that. You got to have his wave chamber.
Yeah, so there you go. There's not much else to comment on this other than, I mean, he's so woke.
Are you even woke?
Like the wokest Pope ever.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's get into the WACCINE. That's why people are really here.
Yeah.
WACCINE.
A pandemic special.
I want to die or be decapacitated. I want to be vaccinated.
33 is the number of completion of the Great War.
So this is coming from Mahoning Matters. MahoningMatters.com. And we spoke about the lottery, the jab lottery a few episodes ago. And I had my facts wrong. I thought it was for $50,000, but let's get some better details here. MahoningMatters.com headline: vaccinations jump 33% after Vax-a-Million news. Okay, so we got the 33%, the Illuminati messaging number, and Vax-a-Million, which is just a wonderful phrase that some PR person got paid to make up. And it goes like this: the number of people in Ohio, age 16 and older, who received their initial COVID-19 vaccine jumped 33% in the week after the state announced its $1 million incentive lottery. Through an analysis, shows vaccination rates lag well behind what they were in March and most of April. Though an analysis shows vaccination rates lag well behind what they were in March and most of April. In the week after May 12th, announcements about the lottery, 119,394 people aged 16 and older received either the 1-dose Johnson & Johnson vaccine or their first part of the 2-dose Pfizer or Moderna vaccination, according to Ohio Department of Health data. That's an increase of nearly 30,000 from the 89,000 people in the same age group who received the first shot during the 7-day period from May 6th to May 12th, according to an analysis of the state data by the Associated Press. The analysis did not include vaccination numbers for children ages 12 to 15 who only became eligible for the vaccine the day the lottery was announced. Ohio data doesn't track motive.
Yay! Thank
Ohio's
goodness.
data. Whose data does track motive? That's what I want to know. That's the more important piece of information.
Everything else.
Ohio's data doesn't track motive, so it's impossible to know just how many more adults or children were persuaded to receive a vaccine by the shot at $1 million prize or a college scholarship.
Give me the $1 million over the college scholarship. That doesn't do people any good these days.
The health department said the post-Vax-a-Million boost was promising. Quote, the bottom line is that this has changed the trend line in Ohioans starting the vaccination process. And rather than a decline, the trend is moving upward. Yeah, okay. What a strange way to put that, but we get it. Spokesperson Alicia Schultz said, but the data indicates the lottery helped reverse a significant slump in vaccinations. Only about 1.5% more people got vaccinated in the 7 days after the Vax-a-Million lottery was announced, as compared to the period from April 29th through May 5th, when 117,000 people received their first vaccine. The number vaccinated following the lottery announcement also is considerably lower, by 17% than the 143,000 vaccinations during the period from April 22nd to April 28th. All these numbers. It's great if the incentive helps get thousands more residents vaccinated, but the state still has a long way to go of its overall vaccination rate continues to increase so slowly, said Mark Cameron, an immunologist and infectious disease researcher at Case Western Reserve University. Reverse is much funnier. He noted that less than half of Ohioans are vaccinated.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So like
just to make a note, it's hilarious. Even with the chance of winning $1 million, it only raised by like a 1.5% from the beginning of May. Which, you saw a lot of reports about how successful this was and how great the giving $1 million away was, and people are getting the vax. But 1.5% compared to the beginning of the month is pretty sad, which kind of gives me a little bit of hope for, the souls of Ohioans who aren't so persuaded by the lottery chance of winning $1 million versus, maybe turning their back on their medical health feelings, I guess. Quote, if we can't figure out how to get the population past the remaining either vaccine refusal or vaccine hesitancy, then we could have issues, Cameron said. He said he worries that the urgency about getting vaccinated is dwindling and that another surge in cases is possible as restrictions are lifted and we approach Memorial Day and the start of summer. The surge in cases, I think the problem with this language is people aren't necessarily afraid of cases anymore.
Yeah.
Of course, we saw the trend at the beginning of the pandemic of deaths. And then it was hospitalizations. Then they started counting infections, and then they started counting cases. And cases being sort of the bottom rung of the ladder of severity. Talking about these cases is not very convincing anymore.
Yeah.
But it's all they got because the deaths are so low. State Health Director Stephanie McLeod has said the incentives were, quote, needed to reinvigorate interest in getting vaccinated. And there was a dramatic increase in vaccinations in the 16 and older group. Yes, a dramatic 1.5%. More than 5.1 million people in Ohio had at least started the vaccination process as of Friday, or 44% of the state. About 4.5 million people are done getting vaccinated, or 38% of the state. More than 1 million people have entered Ohio's vaccine lottery since Governor Mike DeWine announced it during a statewide address on May 12th. The health department plans to release the total number of entrants after the first names are drawn, and those entries are verified. Winners must be permanent Ohio residents and have received at least one dose of the vaccine, meaning the first person drawn by the state might not be the eventual winner. What does that mean?
I don't know. That's messed up, though.
Yeah. What does the eventual winner mean?
They have to arm wrestle.
Winners must be a permanent. Okay, so maybe the number that they choose might not be a permanent resident.
Well, then how do they enter in the first place?
Yeah, don't you enter because you show up, you get your vaccine? I guess maybe they don't verify your address when you show up to get the vaccine.
I don't know.
The first winners will be announced Wednesday at the end of Cash Explosion, the official Ohio lottery TV show. Both adults hoping for the $1 million prize and teenagers looking for the college scholarships can register themselves, but parents or legal guardians must verify their eligibility. So it sounds like you get the vax and then you enter online. You don't get your ticket there at the vaccination booth.
They need to make the process easier if they really want people to come enter this Vax-a-Million thing and get jabbed.
Sounds like a hoax, if you ask me.
Yeah,
sounds like an easy way to rig the system.
I mean, both to get more people the jab and also for more people to enter into a lottery.
Get themselves on a list.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there you go. It shows, again, they're trying to convince people that we're all going to die if we don't get the vaccination. And yet it takes the chance of winning $1 million to get a measly 1.5% more people to jump on board.
I wonder if that number would have been similar if they didn't announce this Vax-a-Million thing. I mean, the numbers must be very because if you think about it,
it was trending down already.
It was trending down
so they're
already,
just happy that it was trending up for a second.
And the fact that they just approved vaccines for kids 16 to 12 or however that young group, wasn't that just approved a month ago? So
I don't even think that long. I think it was a week or two ago.
Okay, so even then it's all right, Of course.
Well, it said they weren't counting the 12 to 15s.
No. All right. Well, I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah,
All I have to say is the people that get in line for this.
Vaccination.
Yeah.
They love it. There's another story here that's an actually 666 update.
666 update.
It's not much to it, but it's Rajasthan. 666 children test COVID-19 positive in 2 districts. That's in India. That's indiatvnews.com. And just one paragraph here for this short little story. Amid India's relentless battle with a devastating wave of the COVID-19 pandemic, reports of children testing positive for the novel coronavirus have emerged from Rajasthan. As many as 325 children have tested positive for the novel coronavirus in Rajasthan's Dungarpur in the past few days. A similar situation has been witnessed in the Dausa district of the state. All children to have tested positive for coronavirus are under the age of 19 years. So far, more than 600 children have tested positive for COVID-19 from both the districts of Rajasthan. And that's kind of interesting because in the U.S., a lot of the people infected were older, had other issues, health issues, and especially the ones that got really sick and even passed away, allegedly, from testing positive. I'm not saying that they passed away from the virus, but they were counted as such. But in India, 666 children.
Yeah, perfect number.
Perfect number to signal to the elite that, like, hey, we're doing our best over here. We're trying to get the children all infected in India over here. So there you go. Not much else to say.
Yeah, no, it was good. All right, well, let's get back to talking about some Fauci here.
Oh, yay. You gotta love science.
Science is truth.
This is from dailymail.co.uk. Revealed 3 Wuhan lab researchers were hospitalized in November 2019, and Dr. Fauci now says he's not convinced COVID developed naturally and calls for a full investigation into what went on in China. Oh, so now Fauci is calling for a full investigation. Mm-hmm. What the heck was the other investigation then? Huh? I think his admission is not just that the lab hypothesis is possible, but it's also a tacit admission that the WHO investigation was a sham, which he defended vehemently when it first came out. 3 researchers from China's Wuhan Institute of Virology sought hospital care in November 2019, months before China disclosed the COVID-19 pandemic. The Wall Street Journal reported on Sunday, citing a previously undisclosed U.S. intelligence report. Okay, so intelligence is noted all along. That doesn't come as a surprise. The newspaper said the report, which provides fresh details on the number of researchers affected, the timing of their illness, and their hospital visits, may add weight to calls for a broader probe of whether the COVID-19 virus could have escaped from the laboratory. The report came on the eve of a meeting of the World Health Organization's decision-making body, which is expected to discuss the next phase of an investigation into the origins of COVID-19. A National Security Council spokeswoman said no comment. What?
I was just going to say the World Health Organization getting together to discuss the next phase of an investigation into the origins of COVID-19 sounds more like a meeting. How do we frame the
damage control?
The damage control. How do we make it so the public doesn't start blaming us, number one, our handlers in China, number two, and I mean that's
and Peter. What was his name? What was that guy's name? The Eco Health Alliance guy.
Oh yes, I don't remember. Nygaard,
Dozak,
Zodad. I don't know. I'll go look it up.
No, I think I'll look it up real quick. A National Security Council spokeswoman had no comment on the journal's report, but said the Biden administration continued to have serious questions about the earliest days of the COVID-19 pandemic, including its origin within the People's Republic of China. Hey, that's Trump talk.
Yeah.
You can't throw all this Trump talk around, Biden administration.
Peter Daszak.
Daszak, that's what it was, yes. Who was he was either on the team or the head of the investigation from the World Health Organization, who blatantly came out, not just that it wasn't a lab leak, that it could not have been a lab leak at the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the Chinese gun pointed at the back of his head.
Yeah. Well, and Peter Daszak is the one member or whatever of Eco Health Alliance, which was the middleman between the NIH funding and the
Wuhan Institute of Virology receiving that money.
Yeah. Yep. She said the U.S. government was working with the WHO and other member states to support an expert-driven evaluation of the pandemic's origins. Quote, that is free from interference or politicization.
Yeah, right.
We're not going to make pronouncements that prejudge an ongoing WHO study into the source of SARS-CoV-2, but we've been clear that sound and technically credible theories should be thoroughly evaluated by international experts, she said. The journal said current and former officials familiar with the intelligence about the lab researchers expressed a range of views about the strength of the reports supporting evidence, with one unnamed person saying it need further investigation and additional corroboration. You know, it's funny because this unnamed person, which, come on, this unnamed person here at the end is sort of supposed to be like, oh, well, we don't know. You know, some people think it is, but also this unnamed person doesn't. But the quote is, it just needs further investigation and additional corroboration. It's a very weak defense against the lab theory. The United States, Norway, Canada, Britain, and other countries in March expressed concerns about the WHO-led COVID-19 origin study and called for further investigation and full access to all pertinent human, animal, and other data about the early stages of the outbreak. Washington is keen to ensure greater cooperation and transparency by China, according to a source familiar with the effort. The Chinese embassy in Washington did not immediately respond to a request for comment on Sunday. On Sunday, China's foreign ministry noted that a WHO-led team had concluded a lab leak was extremely unlikely after a visit in February to the Virology Institute. Quote, the U.S. continues to hype the lab leak theory, the minister said in response to a request for comment by the journal. Quote, it is actually concerned about tracing the source or trying to divert attention. This is sort of a reference to the Chinese storyline that it came from an American military base, which is, I mean, not saying it's impossible, but it's like, hey, this came from your lab. Nuh-uh, it came from your lab. Oh, okay. The Trump administration had said it suspected the virus may have escaped from a Chinese lab, which Beijing denies. A State Department fact sheet released near the end of the Trump administration had said the U.S. government has reason to believe that several researchers inside the WIV became sick in autumn of 2019, before the first identified case of the outbreak, with symptoms consistent with both COVID-19 and common seasonal illnesses. It did not say how many researchers. China refused to give raw data on early COVID-19 cases to the WHO-led team probing the origins of the pandemic, according to one of the team's investigators, Reuters reported in February, potentially complicating efforts to understand how the outbreak began. You know what? Then this is quite a long article, but we're getting to the Fauci part, and that's the part that matters. Earlier on Sunday, Dr. Anthony Fauci revealed he is, quote, not convinced that the COVID-19 developed naturally and called for an open investigation into its origins as China faces mounting pressure to provide transparency on the issue. Oh, he's not convinced. He seemed pretty convinced in February, Gons.
Flippity floppity.
Fauci, the nation's leading expert on infectious diseases, explained his uncertainty during a Politifact event. Oh, good. On May 11th, entitled United Facts of America, a festival of fact-checking. Wow. Do you think there's any video of this?
I can look.
United Facts of America, a festival of fact checking. How did we miss this? That's incredible. Quote, there's a lot of cloudiness around the origins of COVID-19 still, so I wanted to ask, are you still confident that it developed naturally? Politifact managing editor Katie Sanders asked Fauci. No, actually, he replied, I'm not convinced about that. I think we should continue to investigate what went on in China until we continue to find out the best of our ability what happened.
I'm looking at the Politifact, the Pointner, which is the people that fund Politifact. Mm-hmm. And the Pointner website here, pointner.org, United Facts of America, Festival of Fact Checking. And the special guests include Christiane Amanpour, sounds familiar,
classic.
Dr. David B. Fagbui, Dr. Anthony Fauci, Brian Stelter.
Oh, great.
And Senator Mark Warner.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. Anything with Brian Stelter on it is automatic CIA disinfo red flag for anybody paying attention.
Project Mockingbird.
Yeah. So why would you get that guy? I mean, of all the people, I mean, he looks like the Joker.
He's a handler. He's there to make sure the conversation goes the right direction.
What is up with the smile? I mean, for those of you watching, it looks like the Joker smile from Batman back in the day. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, it's like the oh man, who is the old Joker? Like the OG Joker. Jack Nicholson. Yeah. Yes, it's a Jack Nicholson mouth. Fauci continued, certainly the people who investigated it say it likely was emergence from an animal reservoir that then infected individuals. But it could have been something else, and we need to find that out. No kidding, Fauci. So, that's the reason why I said I'm perfectly in favor of any investigation that looks into the origin of the virus. Fauci's appearance at the event came hours after he was grilled on the same topic during a tense Senate hearing. Quote, will you, in front of this group, categorically say that the COVID-19 virus could have occurred by serial passage in a laboratory? Senator Rand Paul had asked Fauci. The NIH director replied, I do not have any accounting of what the Chinese may have done, and I'm fully in favor of any further investigation of what went on in China. Fauci also unequivocally refuted Paul's suggestion that the NIH had funneled money to the Wuhan Institute of Virology, the Chinese lab accused of playing a role in the COVID-19 outbreak. During his segment at the PolitiFact event, Fauci slammed Paul for conflating in a way that's almost irresponsible. Okay, well, it's almost irresponsible. Chinese scientists with collaborative research into SARS-CoV-1, which emerged in China in the early 2000s. Fauci's appearance at the event received little media attention at the time, but was pulled back into the spotlight over the weekend after the White House renewed its call for an independent, transparent investigation into the origins COVID. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki on Thursday
circle back, but I'll have to circle back.
Sorry, a little slow, but I'm getting there.
No, it's okay. Called for exploring the root causes of the pandemic after Republicans issued an interim report saying there was significant circumstantial evidence that the virus emerged from the Wuhan Institute of Virology. I'm a little disappointed in this article because they mentioned how Fauci denied funneling money, and they did not follow up with him admitting to have funneled money.
Yeah, well, it's dailymail.co.uk. Can't expect.
It was a perfect opportunity I mean, that was the clip we played at the beginning of the show, right?
That's part of it, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so there you go. Quote, I would caution you against disproving a negative there, which is never the responsible approach in our view, when it comes to getting to the bottom of the root causes of a pandemic that has killed hundreds of thousands of people in the United States.
That's like a word salad right there. That's crazy.
And you can imagine how angry she looked when she said this. You're being irresponsible. Don't bring up these questions.
Against disproving a negative. What is she talking about?
Mm-hmm. What is she talking about?
Disproving a negative. So,
yeah.
All right. Whatever. Okay. My brain is chopped soup after trying to understand what she's saying.
That was her saying she was circling back on her own comment there. Anyways, it goes on and on. There's about 30 more paragraphs.
Getting to the bottom of the root causes of the pandemic that has killed hundreds of... Okay, yeah. Don't we all want to get to the bottom of the root cause?
Not just the root cause, but the bottom of the root cause. You don't want to get to the top of the root cause because that's just part of it.
That's just,
you want to get to the bottom, the very deepest of the deep.
Yeah.
So there you go. Just more Fauci getting caught in his lies and trying his best to wriggle his way out of it. The highest paid government employee, by the way, in the US.
When is the Fauci reign over in the public eye? I feel like I
don't know, man.
Is he going to retire?
Things are starting to turn a little bit.
How come he doesn't just retire? Is he hooked in that much, with some kind of
probably
Epstein style blackmail thing that he has to come out? I mean, he's got to be tired.
It's the only thing that makes sense.
Making me go out there again and making me look like a fool. He must be mad at his handlers.
Well, that's the thing that makes the most sense about guys like him at that age, with the amount of money that he has, the amount of business connections. He does not have to do
this. Just retire, man. Just retire.
Either he's obsessed with the attention and just loves it and wants to stay on camera and just gets a lot of value out of that, or somebody has something on him compelling him to continue to maintain his posture as the face of the pandemic.
I just picture Fauci doing all of his little press conferences, and then in the original Star Wars, like the trash bin where it closes, the two walls coming in closer and closer.
Right.
That's kind of my picture, my imagination.
I think he feels that way.
I know.
It seems like he feels that way. Every time he kind of slithers out of one thing, there's somebody standing right there with another, something else to make him talk his way out of.
Yeah.
So, it's a brutal situation he's in.
So the Wall Street Journal article that was mentioned there, I don't know if we have to go through all of it because I feel like the Daily Mail summarized it fairly well. But here it is. This is the Wall Street Journal, and the headline is Intelligence on Sick Staff at Wuhan Lab Fuels Debate on COVID-19 Origin. And of course, the Daily Mail seemed to have lifted almost word for word on certain parts of the article.
Yeah.
But I will point out a couple different things here. It says here, 3 researchers from China's Wuhan Institute of Virology became sick enough in November 2019 that they sought hospital care, according to a previously undisclosed U.S. intelligence report that could add weight to growing calls for a fuller probe of whether the COVID-19 virus may have escaped from the laboratory. The details of the reporting go beyond the State Department fact sheet issued during the final days of the Trump administration, which said that several researchers at the lab, a center for the study of coronavirus and other pathogens, became sick in autumn 2019, quote, with symptoms consistent with both COVID-19 and common seasonal illness. The disclosure of the number of researchers, the timing of their illness, and their hospital visits come on the eve of the meeting of the World Health Organization's decision-making body. Again, just same stuff that was read earlier. Let's see here. One person said that it provided an international partner and was potentially significant significant, but still in need of further investigation. Another person described the intelligence as stronger. Quote, the information that we had coming from the various sources was of exquisite quality. It was very precise. What it didn't tell you was exactly why they got sick, he said, referring to the researchers. And then I did have some stuff highlighted in the other, have another tab open with the same article here. Let's see. Let's go towards the bottom here, just to save time. The Biden administration hadn't disputed any of the assertions in the fact sheet, which current and former officials say was vetted by U.S. intelligence agencies. The fact sheet was also covered research activities at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. its alleged cooperation on some projects with the Chinese military and accidents at other Chinese labs. But one Biden administration official said that by highlighting data that pointed to the lab leak hypothesis, Trump administration officials had sought, quote, to put spin on a ball. Several U.S. officials described the intelligence as circumstantial, worthy of further exploration, but not conclusive on its own. And then it just goes through the history here. Oh man, there was a part here. Okay, so I can't remember if this was mentioned in the other article there, but it says the U.S., European Union, and several other governments have also called for a more transparent investigation of COVID-19's origins without explicitly demanding a lab probe. They've called in particular for better access to data samples from potential early COVID-19 cases. Members of the WHO-led team said Chinese counterparts had identified 92 potential COVID-19 cases among some 76,000 people who fell sick between October and early December 2019, but turned down requests to share raw data on the larger group. That data would help the WHO-led team understand why China sought to only test those 92 people for antibodies. Team members also said they asked for access to a Wuhan blood bank to test samples from before December 2019 for antibodies. Chinese authorities declined at first, citing privacy concerns. China using privacy concerns to decline a request to look into a blood bank test samples, then agreed, but have yet to provide that access, team members say. That's where the article ends. So I think it's interesting because it's a lot of growing suspicions around the way China is dealing with the data that is causing more people, including Fauci, to be like, well, we need more investigation. But it's not looking good for the wet market theory of the whole thing.
Yeah. Well, it's so funny because it's like none of this is new.
Yeah,
this has been
not new.
Talked about for a year and a half.
Not even close.
And, yeah. So it makes sense.
There was a tweet that went out by, who is this? I guess it was Ryan Saavedra, saying that, that people, I'm sorry. This was the old 2020 post. I actually found this tweet from last year. It looks like April 1st, 2020. And we tweeted out, and we were talking about it on the show. There was a paper that, and this is kind of the troubling aspect of this, which is that how come you and I and others, these like researchers, quote unquote, armchair sitting on a computer at home, can find these documents like this one here from Nature Medicine, titled "A SARS-like cluster of circulating bat coronaviruses shows potential for human emergence." And it was mentioned in, it was a 2015 article, and it says, quote, "We synthetically re-derived an infectious full-length SHC014 recombinant virus and demonstrated robust viral replication both in vitro and in vivo. Our work suggests a potential risk of SARS-CoV re-emergence from viruses currently circulating in bat populations." And then the mention of the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and then within the same document, the mention. Let me just finish this. Under the acknowledgements, research in this manuscript was supported by grants from the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases and the National Institute of Aging of the U.S. National Institute of Health, NIH, and it has the award number there. We have to read it, but the first month since the lockdown, we were like, hey, the National Institute of Health gave money to Wuhan lab and they were doing research into the coronavirus, SARS-CoV, and the bats and all that. So it looks like it came from the lab, and they're like, no, they like yelled at people that thought that conspiracy theorists, right wing, Trump supporting, whatever. It's like come on. And then now over a year later, they're like, yeah, okay, it's possible. We need more research. It's like, come on, man. Come on, man.
Come on, man.
To be clear on the lab theory, I see some people kind of need a review on this. It's the real lab theory. I mean, of course, everybody's got theories, but the evidence of the lab theory shows that yes, there is a team that just goes around and checks bats for viruses, and they found this virus, like you just said. And then that is the virus brought to the lab, and then gain of function research started on that virus. So, the series of events is that they found a coronavirus in a bat, brought it to the lab, conducted gain of function research on that virus, and then some lab workers got it and went to the hospital and started spreading it. So it's a little different. And this is, again, in conversations in your life, there will be, if you're having conversations about this topic, it's very tempting to get into this whole thing about how, this is made by the Chinese to destroy the world. It's much more likely, or at least the solid evidence is supports the idea that, they weren't supposed to be doing gain of function research, but they got some money from NIH and they found this coronavirus in a bat and they were experimenting with it, making it stronger. And then some people in the lab caught it, and that's how it got out of the lab. It's not as sensational or exciting as, China purposefully started a pandemic in order to rule the world. But, for now, stick with the evidence, because, when you start going off spiraling into geopolitical espionage is when you start to sound crazier than what the evidence actually shows. And it may come out that China was doing gain of function research in order to create biological weapons. And we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Yeah. But as of now, at least the evidence shows that, this was a lab with a horrible safety record. And they were doing gain of function research, which is illegal for the most part in the US. But it was funded by Fauci, and they used, whether or not they actually used those exact dollars, Fauci had a connection with the lab through the NIH funding, and that's where the virus escaped from. I mean, those are the facts.
And I think you bring up an important point, because what the mainstream media and the Faucis and all the medical establishment are pushing back against is a caricature of Fauci in a lab coat, a hooded lab coat in the middle of the night with a big cauldron.
A Sphinx cat.
Yeah, a giant cauldron, we're going to create the world virus, with the Chinese people.
Right.
That's kind of the imagery that gets painted. And then they push back on it it's majestic. What is it? A majestic leap. So it's similar to the Pizzagate thing, where it's yes, there's a concern with these people, especially if you look into the pizza owner, the shop owner. I can't remember his name.
James
Alefantis, and his social media. He's got some crazy weird stuff if you go down that rabbit trail, and it's disgusting. And probably something not so good was going on. But then the sensationalization of it's Hillary was in the basement and counting
Hillary
children.
Clinton ran a child sex trafficking ring.
It creates a straw man for them to tear down, and it doesn't do any service to the actual truth, because they almost throw the baby out with the bathwater, pardon the pun.
That's exactly what it is. That's why they build those straw men. And I'll show you an example of that in a second. We're going to just kind of zoom through a couple of these because we got some more stories to get to. But real quick, a headline here. We had to go to archive.ph, but this is from the Epoch Times. The headline is Politifact quietly retracts fact-checking labeling COVID-19 lab origin theory as debunked conspiracy. We actually, I believe we read this fact check on the show. This is Politifact doing a fact check and called it debunked conspiracy that it was a lab originated virus. Just to give a little bit of text here. PolitiFact has quietly retracted.
We triggered people in the chat about Hillary. Yes, we know it was in the WikiLeaks stuff, but it wasn't like a smoke.
They're not listening.
Yeah, they're not.
You
listening.
need to listen.
Yeah.
The idea is not that Hillary is innocent. The idea is the media frames it as Hillary herself chaining up children and driving a windowless van and loading up a basement of a pizza restaurant, which is not what happened.
Yeah.
So should cool your jets, man.
Okay, go on. Sorry.
So back to this PolitiFact thing. PolitiFact has quietly retracted a September 2020 fact check that labeled a Hong Kong virologist's claim that COVID-19 originated in a lab as inaccurate and a debunked conspiracy theory. The claim is inaccurate and ridiculous. Now archived fact check previously said, we rate it pants on fire. In an updated editor's note published Monday, PolitiFact explained why it has now removed the label. Quote, when this fact check was first published in September 2020, PolitiFact sources included researchers who asserted the SARS-CoV-2 virus could not have been manipulated. That assertion is now more widely disputed, the note states. Quote, for that reason, we are removing this fact check from our database pending a more thorough review. Currently, we consider the claim to be unsupported by evidence and in dispute. The original fact check from PolitiFact cited a September 15, 2020 Fox News interview with Hong Kong virologist Li Mengyan, in which she said that she has, quote, solid scientific evidence that COVID-19, the disease caused by the CCP, Chinese Communist Party virus, is, quote, not from nature. And it goes on and on and on. But there you go. Now, the biggest thing with this is it pulls into question, or should pull into question with normies who rely on PolitiFact, the nature of these PolitiFact fact-checking pieces that they do, because, you know, they rebuked the conspiracy theory that it was lab originated with the strongest possible rebukes. Pants on fire, debunked conspiracy theory, etc., etc. And then the very act of pulling that and, you know, changing their assertions on that it's an admission that you can't trust any other of their fact-checking operation, because who knows, that might get pulled the next day, you know. And when it comes to facts, the facts shouldn't change. The facts don't change. If you're fact-checking and you claim to have found a fact, then stick with it. This is a cowardly move on their part.
Well, they did call it the lie of the year in 2020 December.
Wow. Lie of the year. This is a brutal moment for PolitiFact. And, you know, we like bringing the PolitiFact fact checking because they're easy. It's easy to debunk their fact checking, mainly because they do a lot of the same straw man scare tactics that we are just pointing out, you know. Yeah. So let's keep moving on. That speaks for itself.
Okay.
Now, I want to bring this article, and we're going to be checking in with our buddy, Chris Shillzilla.
Shill for sure.
That's right. Chris Shillzilla, CNN editor at large. He's got an article here on CNN.com. Why is Anthony Fauci hedging on the origins of the coronavirus?
Tell us, Shillzilla. Tell us now.
Why is he doing this? Why is he a lying, slithering snake? Well, CNN, please tell us.
CNN's going to clear it all up. And Shillzilla at the helm.
Shillzilla is here to rescue Anthony Fauci from his own grave he's been digging for a year and a half. Anthony Fauci, the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, admitted earlier this month that he is no longer convinced that the COVID-19 pandemic originated naturally. Quote, I am not convinced about that. I think we should continue to investigate what went on in China until we continue to find out the best of our ability what happened, Fauci told PolitiFact's managing editor Katie Sanders. Quote, certainly the people who investigated it say it likely was the emergence from an animal reservoir and then infected individuals, but it could have been something else, and we need to find that out. So, that's the reason why I said I'm perfectly in favor of any investigation that looks into the origin of the virus, he continued, which is quite clearly a change from Fauci's previous view that the disease very likely came about after animal to human transmission. Here's Fauci in an interview with National Geographic last May. Quote, if you look at the evolution of the virus in bats and what's out there now, the scientific evidence is very, very strongly leaning towards this could not have been artificially or deliberately manipulated. And that's the quote that's the important one, because even in that DailyMail article, they took quotes of him saying, it's not very likely that it came from a lab. But right here with National Geographic, very strongly leaning toward this could not have been artificially or deliberately manipulated. Everything about the stepwise evolution over time strongly indicates this virus evolved in nature and then jumped species. Fauci's dismissal of the idea that the virus originated in a lab in China's Wuhan province followed vague assertions by then President Donald Trump that he had a high degree of confidence that the virus had come from a lab. So we got to bring Trump into this, and this is going to be key. Pressed for details on that assertion, which ran counter to U.S. intelligence on the virus's origins, which we know now is not true.
Yeah.
We just got the word that U.S. intelligence knew in November of 2019 that there were sick people coming out of the Wuhan Institute of Virology. So Shillzilla has alternative facts here. Pressed for details on that assertion, which ran counter to U.S. intelligence on the virus's origins, Trump offered only this, quote, I can't tell you that. I'm not allowed to tell you that. Okay. Given that history, conservatives leapt on Fauci's recent hedging of proof positive that Trump was, in fact, right all along. So notice for Chris Shillzilla, this is not a matter of facts or scientific truth or people looking at the data and coming to the conclusion. He's putting it in the context of, well, conservatives said so because Trump said so. It's all about Trump.
Yeah, it's almost like using the Trump conversation to shield himself from having to admit that the facts.
He's shielding himself from the facts by blaming it on Trump.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Here's a parenthetical. Worth noting, Fauci made his comments at a fact-checking symposium on May 11th, but they were largely ignored at the time. Oh, you don't say.
No kidding.
Turns out we were not the only ones that missed what was it? United Facts of America, the fact-checking festival.
Yeah, I think I closed the tab there, but yes, it's something with fact-checking.
Yeah, not for so much work going into such a quippy title, they sure didn't get the word out very well.
Maybe they were afraid to, because if enough people saw it, they would tear down. It was almost like too far out on the.
Plus, they probably had their lab debunked conspiracy theory article up.
They probably did. I'm going to see if I can.
This is PolitiFact protecting themselves is what this was. Yeah. Conservative publications began writing about the remarks over the weekend. Good job, conservative publications. Quote, Fauci must answer for his role in Wuhan's COVID lab, tweeted former New York Republican Nan Hayworth. Fauci has become a lightning rod for conservative criticism of how the scientific community has handled the ongoing pandemic. Trump sought to villainize Fauci for his allegedly too cautious approach to a return to normal from the virus, and the likes of Georgia Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene have taken up the cause. Last month, she tweeted a video of herself working out that included this text: "This is my COVID protection." Okay, Shillzilla, you're just Just wanted to include the fact that Marjorie Taylor Greene works out.
He needs to hit all the. He's got a quota to meet.
To be fair, this is SEO is what he's doing. Yeah. He's just trying to get that search engine optimization by putting as many links and famous names into the thing as possible. So how much there is actually there? Well, on Sunday, the Wall Street Journal wrote this, quote, 3 researchers, it's the same quote we've read 3 times on this show, about the researchers who went to the hospital, et cetera, et cetera. It's worth noting here that, according to CNN reporting, U.S. intelligence officials are not certain what the researchers were actually sick with. And Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines, told Congress last month that, quote, the intelligence community does not know exactly where, when, or how COVID virus was transmitted initially. Okay, thanks, Chris. Also, another thing to point out with Chris's article here, he says it's worth noting here that according to CNN reporting, U.S. intelligence officials are not certain what the researchers were actually sick with. Yeah, because they were the first victims of COVID-19. Nobody knew what COVID-19 was. It didn't have a name. There were no tests. We're never going to have a test from those researchers saying that they either did or did not have coronavirus. So it's just a silly thing to point out. Zhao Lijian, a spokesman for China's foreign ministry, denied the Wall Street Journal report and said that the U.S. is hyping up the lab leak theory. What's clear is that Fauci is significantly more open to the idea of the lab theory than he was a year ago. While he did leave himself some wiggle room, which is the understatement of the century, in his statements about the origins last year, he said he was very, very strongly leaning toward this could not have been artificially or deliberately manipulated. Not very much wiggle room there, Chris Shillzilla. The quote, he says he left himself some wiggle room. And then the quote is, very, very strongly leaning toward this could not have been artificially or deliberately manipulated. There was no doubt about where Fauci stood on the question. The issue then is not whether Fauci has moved his position on the possible origins of the virus, but rather why he is doing so. Cool. Fauci defenders will insist that he is simply evolving his view based on he's simply evolving his view based on information that has come out over the last year. Fauci opponents will insist he knew all along that the lab theory was a possibility and downplayed it solely to make Trump look bad. Yeah, it could be both. In the midst of that debate, it's important to remember that in the midst of this debate about Fauci, it's important to remember that Trump never provided any evidence for his vague claims about the origins of the virus. Quote, something happened was as far as he would go. Ooh, so this is all Trump's fault for not giving away confidential and sensitive U.S. intelligence information. It's all Trump's fault for not betraying his own intelligence organizations. It's also critical to remember that there would be a major distinction, even within the lab theory, between the virus accidentally getting out and it being purposefully released as a sort of weapon. Yeah. Trump and his allies have long flicked at the latter explanation, but without any further explanation or proof. Okay. The problem with articles like this, and Chris will feel this someday, is that, yeah, just because Trump didn't give explanation or proof at the time doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And, in the very sensitive political time of the beginning of a pandemic, yeah, the president's not just going to jump out there and start throwing manila envelopes with confidential stamped on it, just out at reporters. Like, here's everything we know. Our longtime geopolitical rival. Here's the secret information we have.
Yeah, it's this whole thing is a big red herring, is what it is. And
it is.
Just misdirecting the focus
And again,
facts.
yes, you're right. Misdirecting the focus towards Trump, like, oh, well, Fauci has changed his mind and but Trump, he didn't give us all the information. He gave us the correct analysis. He gave us the correct end point of information, but he didn't show his work. It's like a math test in high school. You can get the right answer, but if you don't show your work, you get it wrong.
Yeah.
And it finishes up here. As CNN wrote on Monday, quote, the current intelligence reinforces the belief that the virus most likely originated naturally from animal-human contact, the sources said. But that does not preclude the possibility that the virus was the result of an accidental leak from the Wuhan Institute, where coronavirus research was being conducted on bats. So they're trying to say both could be true. And in essence, both could be true, that it came from bats, but that it came from bats and leaked from the lab, which has been the theory all along. But, you know, they're putting it in a way that they don't have to be fully responsible for, quote unquote, debunking the lab theory.
Yeah.
And he ends with this. Here's the point. The origins of the virus remain not fully known. Tracing that is at root a medical and public health question.
What's up with the root talk? All these people.
No, listen, I know.
Get to the bottom of the roots of the bottom end of the facts.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, listen to the punchline here. Remember, he just spent all this time blaming Trump. The origins of the virus remain not fully known. Tracing that at root is a medical question, medical and public health question, not a political one.
Liar!
Chris, you literally just spent 8 paragraphs politicizing the question. And then, okay, whatever, buddy. So there you go.
Shillzilla. What are you going to do?
It's the scramble. It's all not just the scientists and the politicians and the Faucis, but the media organizations that upheld the narrative are scrambling for damage control right now. And it's just beautiful to watch. It's an elegant leap.
Yeah. I'm looking at I'm kind of, while you were reading that, I was trying to dig into the United Facts of America Festival of Fact Checking. I don't know how much is going to be public, but it costs either $50 to get in or $100 for VIP access. I'm like, oh my gosh, who's going to pay $100 to?
I mean, I might go to report on it.
Well, it already ended. I mean,
I know, but I'm saying that's not that expensive.
I know, but
$100 for VIP. Do I get to be in the same room as Fauci?
The same virtual room? Maybe.
Do I get a buffet? Oh yeah, it was probably virtual. Huh?
Yeah. So. Oh. And people were probably wearing their masks on their Skype call,
in their own homes,
Zoom call. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, this whole thing, it is a disaster. And, this is kind of, it's been boiling up because, Pointer had an article back in April that, again, we kind of reiterated the points over and over again, but Pointer is the company that funds PolitiFact. And they say here that PolitiFact and fact checkers debunked the conspiracies that the Chinese lab created it as a bioweapon. And I like this sentence here. It's still impossible that the virus was somehow created by scientists, but there is new reporting that suggests the virus might have escaped from a lab in Wuhan, China, the epicenter of the outbreak.
Wait, does it say it's still impossible?
Yes. Let me read that paragraph again.
Yeah, do that again.
Okay, so many early posts claimed the virus originated in a Chinese lab as a bioweapon. The conspiracy theorists, right? PolitiFact and other fact checkers debunked those conspiracies. It's still impossible that the virus was somehow created by scientists, period. But there is new reporting that suggests the virus might have escaped from a lab in Wuhan, China, the epicenter of the outbreak.
Why is it impossible? You know what it is? This is a little trick.
It is.
Because when they refer to it being created as a bioweapon, we do know, and it's always been the theory, that it was a result of gain of function research, which, yes, it may not have been 100% built from scratch in a DNA CRISPR printer out of nothing. But yeah, it was a coronavirus, came from a bat, and then they did gain of function research and gave it the ability to attack humans. So yeah, maybe they didn't make it from scratch like Paul Hollywood making a loaf of bread on Great British Bake Off, but they manipulated a bat coronavirus.
Yeah.
So that's a sneaky. Again, more slithery. Everybody's so slithery, man.
I know. Yeah, not surprising with any of this stuff.
Boo.
But, some of the consequences of the whole pandy. This is the Atlantic.com. What bosses really think of remote workers.
Oh, yeah. This one's kind of long, but we can kind of get the idea.
It's not terribly long. Let's try to get through here.
Yeah, go to town.
America's CEOs have a message for people who love working from home. Your happy days are numbered.
Your happy days. What a threatening thing to say.
Your happy days are numbered. As if people are so happy for being at home.
Yeah. You mean it's going to get less happy than this? Oh, no.
Who owns the Atlantic? Was that the
that is the widow of the Apple man.
Apple man.
Steve Jobs.
Steve Jobs, yeah. That's right. Okay, so they're all just part of the elite club there. Mm-hmm. Okay, your happy days are numbered. Remote work is, quote, suboptimal. Jonathan Wasserstrom, the CEO of the New York commercial real estate company Squarefoot, told me. Quote, I believe that work is better when most of the people are in the office most of the time together, he said. As if to prove his point, at the moment, our phone connection grew fuzzy, prompting him to sarcastically add, quote, oh, because remote is so great, right? Right? That's what it says. What really gets Wasserstrom's goat is when people say no one should come into the office because that would be more fair to the people who don't want to come into the office. He said that although he wouldn't fire someone for asking to work remotely full time, Squarefoot is a real estate company. Quote, if somebody didn't believe in the value of an office at least one day a week, they probably shouldn't be at the company anyway, he said. At a recent Wall Street Journal conference, WeWork CEO Sandeep Mathrani cheered cubicle life even louder, saying that the most, quote, engaged workers are those who want to work from the office most of the time. Quote, people are happier when they come to work, he added confidently.
What kind of crazy capitalist spell is being cast?
I love how they just tell people when they're happier or crush people. I don't know.
Wait
a minute. Hold on. This is completely contradictory in the first two paragraphs.
It's sad, but it works.
Because they're basically saying that people that work from home are happy because this first CEO says your happy days are numbered, like you're going to have to come back to the office. And the second guy they quote says, no, you're happier when you're here.
Yeah.
It's a very confusing message.
Yes. Well, he is the boss, so he gets to say when you're happy and not.
Perhaps you're thinking that people are happier when they come to work sounds like something a literal office building would say. Good one, guy.
This is pretty funny.
Of course, Mathrani and Wasserstrom extol the virtues of putting on work clothes, sitting in traffic, sharing an elevator, and trudging to your desk. Their companies won't make money if people work from home. But the pushback against remote work hasn't come only from real estate executives. Earlier this month, Washingtonian Magazine's CEO, Kathy Merrill, wrote that workers who want to, quote, continue to work from home and pop in only when necessary are practically begging their bosses to change their status to contractor, thereby cutting their benefits and pay. Begging.
What in the world?
This is
a crazy mind control article.
Well, not only that.
You love to come to the office. You don't want any expensive benefits.
Not only that, they're interviewing all these like high-end CEOs. And this is really proving that idea that the capitalist system, the way it works now, the CEOs, you have to kind of be a sociopath to make it to that position.
Sure, it certainly helps.
These people are just out of touch. Her op-ed prompted a wildcat strike among Washingtonian staff, but ultimately she can still make changes to her employees' lives at any time. She is, after all, the boss. Herein lies the rub for workers who would be happy to never again drag an extra sweater into the office to protect themselves against the Arctic blast of a corporate air conditioner. Remote work might feel great, but unless you go to extreme lengths to signal your devotion to your company, it can irritate your boss and hurt your career. At first, the idea that remote work could hurt your career doesn't make sense. Workers and bosses agree that remote work generally increases rather than decreases worker productivity. 2015 study of a Chinese travel agency found that productivity went up. Yeah, weird. Found that productivity went up by 13% when call center employees started working from home. Okay. In a 2020 survey of 592 people, most of them office workers, respondents said that both they and their subordinates, if they had any, were more productive while working from home during the pandemic. If given a choice, the respondents said they would want to work from home even more after the pandemic ends. This increased productivity isn't always rewarded, however. Compared with those who work full-time in an office, bosses are less likely to promote or monetarily reward those who work from home. The 2015 travel agency study found that people who worked from home liked their jobs more, but weren't promoted as much. A more recent study of 405 tech company employees found that remote workers received as many promotions as in-office workers, but that their salaries grew at a slower rate. And the more people telecommuted, the greater the hit to their salaries.
That's weird that they're only working on like a year's worth of data on that.
That's all they have, really. We've never had a time in history where.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. I mean, they're only working on a year's worth of data, and usually in a corporate setting, you really only get, at best, you get a raise a year.
Yeah. That's true. And we just went through an economic disaster with the coronavirus. Pandemic and everything.
So it doesn't seem like this is taking everything into account. And it seems like
the Atlantic.
Yeah, right. Well, it's funny because Apple, Steve Jobs is notorious as sort of this head of industry, corporate shark monster. And his widow's news agency is writing a pro corporate control, chain your citizens to a desk type of working environment.
Yeah, it's all about making the CEO look good, because that's exactly the model of Steve Jobs, right? No, he was telling all his engineers to figure out how to put all that music on a little piece of technology, and then he, went surfing or something. But then he goes on stage, gets all the credit.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have to read the rest of this. I guess it is a little bit longer.
I mean, we get the point. Yeah, it basically just reiterates the same point over and over and over, which is, the Atlantic doesn't want you to keep working at home. I think they're going to have a much harder time. This is an interesting opportunity for, collectively. We'll go into commie cry radio for a second. Commie cry news talk mode for a second. This is a moment where, the CEOs and big corporations, the power centers of American capitalism, they really want to try to regain control over people's lives, their employees' lives that they lost during the pandemic. And now, without the threat of a virus that'll kill off your workforce, they're trying to reestablish control in a number of ways. One of them being the vaccine. You can move this in with the whole vaccine battle. Is if people are working from home, it's harder to force them to get the vaccine.
Yeah.
If you force people to come into the office, then you suddenly have a stake in saying whether they get the vaccine or not. So this might be a top-down play to further force people, or to give them the ultimatum of getting the vaccine or not. Like, hey, you have to come into the office. I know all these studies said it's better if you're at home, or you like it better at home. It's better for you as a mother or a father or a family person to work from home, and you get more work done. But I got to force you to come back into the office so I can force you to get the vaccine.
Yeah, and the people that don't have all the facts in front of them about how this vaccine itself is not approved yet. Mm-hmm. It's only authorized for emergency use.
An officially experimental vaccine. Yeah. You know, it's funny. You see people say like, it's still experimental. I don't want it. And they're labeled conspiracy theorists. The official FDA categorization of this vaccine is an experimental vaccine.
I know. Yeah. Well, anyway, we can move off of. Well, no, we have a couple more stories actually before we go into break here. This one, do you want to take this one? This New York Times?
Yeah. So this is from the New York Times, and this is regarding what we learned from the Salk Institute regarding the cardiovascular nature of coronavirus and not the respiratory one.
Well, just not the virus itself, but the pseudovirus.
Spike protein.
Yeah, the spike protein. The spike protein. Yeah, go ahead.
The New York Times. The headline, CDC is investigating a heart problem in a few young vaccine recipients. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention is looking into reports that a very small number of teenagers and young adults vaccinated against the coronavirus may have experienced heart problems, according to the agency's vaccine safety group. Uh-oh. But what about the fact that the quote unquote fact that we hear over and over and over on the mainstream media, there are no negative long-term effects of the vaccine. That is all poppycock.
You question too soon. Let's just keep reading the New York Times jujitsu.
I know. I'm just saying. They said right there. According to the agency's vaccine safety group, the group's statement was sparse in details, saying only that there were relatively few cases and that they may be entirely unrelated to the vaccination.
Wiggle.
The condition, called myocarditis, is an inflammation of the heart muscle and can occur following certain infections. The CDC's review of the reports is in the early stages, and the agency has yet to determine whether there is any evidence that the vaccine caused the heart condition. It has posed some guidance on its website for doctors and clinicians to be alert to unusual heart symptoms among young people who had just received their shots. Quote, "It may simply be a coincidence that some people are developing myocarditis after the vaccination. It may just be a coincidence," said Dr. Celine Gounder, an infectious disease specialist at Bellevue Hospital Center in New York. "It's more, quote, it's more likely for something like that to happen by chance because so many people are getting vaccinated right now." Hey, I love it.
The coincidence.
Science is
I love
truth.
the logic. Yes, the logic and the science. It's more likely for something to be a coincidence than it to be, caused by the thing that everybody's getting.
Scientific.
The cases seem to have occurred predominantly in adolescents and young adults about 4 days after their second dose of one of the mRNA vaccines, which are Moderna and Pfizer-BioNTech. And the cases are more common in males than in females. Quote, "Wait, they just distinguished between male and female. Don't they know?
Are you even woke?
There's no biological difference according to I don't know, just the media between male and female.
Media, yeah, they just.
There's 100 different genders. Yeah. How dare they be so binary?
Yeah.
Quote, "Most cases, these scientists and their racist binary gender systems. Quote, "Most cases appear to be mild and follow-up cases is ongoing. Follow-up of cases is ongoing." The vaccine safety group said the CDC strongly recommends COVID vaccines for Americans ages 12 and older. Quote, "We look forward to seeing more data about the cases so we can better understand if they are related to the vaccine or if they are coincidental," said Dr. Yvonne Maldonado, chair of the American Academy of Pediatrics Committee on Infectious Diseases. Quote, "Meanwhile, it's important for pediatricians and other clinicians to report any health concerns concerns that arise after vaccination. Experts emphasize that the potentially rare side effects of myocarditis paled in comparison to the potential risks of COVID, including the persistent syndrome called long COVID. Acute COVID itself can cause myocarditis. As of May 13, the coronavirus, I didn't bring this article, but there was an article that came out about the long haulers and how it specifically was a cardiovascular issue. These long-term side effects of COVID, which again goes to strengthen the Salk Institute's assertion that the spike protein itself causes cardiovascular issues. As of May 13th, the coronavirus has infected more than 3.9 million children and sent more than 16,000 to hospitals. Interesting. I wonder, what is the hospitalization rate of that? You got a calculator in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me the numbers.
Oh, it's 3.9 million children and 16,000 hospitalizations. More than are hospitalized for flu.
43.
I think you would do the 16,000 divided by, or I don't know. Math is hard.
Okay. Yeah. 0.4%.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. So 0.4% hospitalization rate. Sounds pretty rare. I think that might just be a coincidence. If you want to make this coincidence argument, what would be just the average of 3.9 million children? What would be their hospitalization rate for just anything coming along? Would it be near 0.4%? I don't know. I'm not a scientist. Let's see here. Sorry. As of May 13th, the coronavirus has infected more than 3.9 million children and sent more than 16,000 to hospitals, more than are hospitalized for flu in an average year. According to data collected by the AAP, about 300 children have died of COVID-19 in the United States, making it one of the top 10 causes of death in children since the pandemic began. Top 10, and it has 300 children.
What?
That doesn't sound right.
None of this sounds right.
None of this data sounds like it fits. It killed 300 children and it made it to the top 10 causes of death.
Yeah, I don't know. This, we know the rate
that
of death and everything
most was. Well, that means just some fast math here. If 300 dying made it to the top 10, let's just say that the rest of the 9 causes, they would have had to kill at least 3,000 children. So we're talking about, 300 apiece, which puts it at 3,000. I don't think this is right. Again, I'm not a mathematician, but I don't know how they're getting these numbers. 300 children puts coronavirus in the top 10 causes of death for children since the pandemic began. And it ends, oh no, it doesn't. The quote here, and that's in the context of all mitigation measures taken, said Dr. Jeremy Faust, an emergency medicine physician at Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston. Brigham and Women's. In the general population, about 10 to 20 of every 100,000 people each year develop myocarditis, or an inflammation of the heart, experiencing symptoms ranging from fatigue and chest pain to arrhythmia and cardiac arrest. Many others likely have mild symptoms and are never diagnosed, according to researchers. At the moment, the number of cases of myocarditis reported after vaccination does not appear to be greater than would normally be seen in young people, according to the CDC, but members of the agency's vaccine safety group felt that information about reports of myocarditis should be communicated to providers.
Oh my gosh, sorry. The auto plays on some of these websites.
Love it. Love the surprise video playing.
Horrible.
The agency did not specify the ages of the patients involved. The Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine has been authorized for ages 16 and above since December. Earlier this month, the Food and Drug Administration extended that authorization to children 12 through 15 years of age. On May 14th, the CDC alerted clinicians to the possible link between myocarditis and vaccines. And on May 17th, the working group reviewed data on myocarditis from the Department of Defense. Reports filed with the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, and others. State health departments in Washington, Oregon, and California have alerted emergency providers and cardiologists to the potential problem, and a report of 7 cases has been submitted to the journal Pediatrics for review. Dr. Liam Yore, past president of the Washington State chapter of the American College for Emergency Physicians, said in an interview that he recently had seen a teenager with myocarditis after vaccination. The patient was treated for mild inflammation of the lining of the heart and was sent home afterward. But the teenager later returned for care with a decrease in the heart's output. Still, Dr. Yore said he had seen worse outcomes in youngsters with COVID, including a 9-year-old who had arrived at the hospital following a cardiac arrest last winter. So, okay, let me finish this out and then we'll get to it. Quote, the relative risk is a lot in favor of getting the vaccine, especially considering how many doses of the vaccine have been administered, he said. More than 161 million people in the United States have received at least one dose of a coronavirus vaccine. About 4.5 million of them were between 12 and 18 years of age. So the question is, if it is related, they love bragging that, oh, you'll get more heart conditions if you get coronavirus. Well, what's the common factor between coronavirus and the mRNA vaccine? It's the spike protein that the Salk Institute found caused cardiovascular problems. So again, they're kind of weaving around this issue where in both cases, whether vaccinated or catching the coronavirus, it's the spike protein that may be, according to the Salk Institute, causing cardiovascular problems in people. And when you take the mRNA vaccine, yeah, I mean, maybe if their claims are correct, you know, you are getting some sort of protection from the virus component of the coronavirus, but you're turning your body into the spike protein factory and flooding your body with the spike proteins, which seem to, according to the science so far, cause or have the potential to cause some pretty serious heart problems. But they just won't say it. They won't come out with it.
Yeah, I'm looking at the hyperlink to where they came up with some of the numbers, and it takes you to the American Academy of Pediatrics Children and COVID-19 state level data report, and it says that it has all these numbers. Testing, 11 states reported. Mortality, 43 states, New York, PR, and GU reported. Does that mean there were certain states that didn't report? I'm looking at the number. I was stuck on the children death count thing. Mortality, children were 0.00%, 0% maybe, to 0.21% of all COVID-19 deaths. And 9 states reported 0 child deaths, and states reporting 0% to 0.03% of all children COVID-19 cases resulted in death. I'm looking. Okay, so it's tough because I don't know if they're saying like children, like all children, or 12, like the age range that they want people vaccinated. Doesn't really say. Well,
you know, you may never know because that's the whole thing. How to lie with statistics. We really don't know all the little details of how they get these numbers.
I did find this New England Journal of Medicine chart from a 2016 report that shows the cause of death in children, top 10 causes between the ages of 1 and 19. And all causes, there were 20,000 deaths with children between, this is 2016 report, so this is before the virus outbreak, whatever. Okay, so motor vehicle crash, 4,000. Firearm, 3,000. Malignant neoplasm, 1,800. Suffocation, 1,400. Drowning, a little under 1,000. Drug overdose, 982. Congenital anomalies, 979. Heart disease, 599. Fire or burns, 340. Chronic lower respiratory disease, the lowest on the chart, 274. So
interesting.
I mean, it's about the same number. This is ages 1 through 19. I mean, if you compare it to 2016,
According to that, if you were going to fit the 300 deaths from coronavirus into that list, it would be number 10.
It would be number 10, yeah.
Yeah.
And
it would be number 10 by only like 40 deaths.
Not even 40. And it would be right about the same as an annual death rate of chronic lower respiratory disease.
So asthma.
Yeah.
So it kills as much kids as asthma does.
Yeah. So I don't understand this. Like, oh no.
Well, we need to shut down schools because of all these kids with asthma,
and they need to. All the kids obviously need to get jabbed. Well, this just, I don't. Right. This whole thing makes me upset. This is upsetting. New York Times. Bunch of liars.
What? All right. The mainstream media is upsetting you? It's almost like they're on purposefully triggering you and trying to trauma bond you to your benevolent, authoritative leaders.
Yeah.
Stop this progress before it is too late.
My mantra. I should put that on a shirt and walk around. All right. Real quick here. Oh, pop-ups. I hate pop-ups. Reuters.com. Israel to end COVID-19 restrictions after vaccine success.
Oh,
success.
Great.
Yeah. Israel will end local COVID-19 restrictions following a successful vaccine rollout that has nearly stamped out new infections. The country's health ministry said on Sunday, with the majority of the population having received the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, and about 92% of those 50 and older inoculated or recovered, Israel has been gradually reopening its economy after 3 lockdowns. Hence all the rockets flying through the air and all the tensions with Palestine. The country reported just 12 new virus cases on Saturday, down from a daily peak of more than 10,000 in January. Oh my goodness. They're so good at controlling the virus. Curbs on higher risk activities and limits on how many people can gather in a specific area remain, with the government issued green pass that indicates immunity post-vaccination or recovery from COVID-19, allowing greater freedom. I don't like where this is headed because they're going to use Israel as a test case for the green pass and say, oh, see, it works. And then they're going to roll it out elsewhere. Health Minister Yuli Edelstein said on Sunday that he will not be extending the arrangement, meaning the restrictions and the Green Pass system will be revoked from the start of June. There you go.
Oh,
quote,
interesting.
The economy and the citizens of Israel will get extra room to breathe, he said. Oh, extra room to breathe. but also warned that they could be reimposed should the situation take a turn. See, they always have that on the people now. Like, oh, we lifted you. Look we are the messiahs of the pandemic.
Yeah, in context of this, I'm going to drop you something. And I know it's a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
But when we're done with this article, I think it's worth looking at.
Okay. Are you going to do it in the actual document?
You want it in the Skype or you want it in the doc?
No, do it in the doc. So it's...
Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
one more paragraph here. Israel will still keep its borders closed to most incoming travel, though it has started to let in small groups of vaccinated tourists. The health ministry will also re-examine the requirement to wear face masks in closed spaces. So, yeah. No, not total freedom, but freedom.
Freedom. Yeah, that's crazy. Revoking the green pass thing.
Yeah, but again, it's one of those like... It's almost like, oh, you're such a good boy, Johnny. Here's a cookie. But if you do bad, I'll take the cookie away.
Well, reserving the right to bring it back.
Yeah.
And on that note, somebody shared this on social media. I don't think this is this is from Amnesty International.
Okay.
Let me know when you got that up on the screen.
It's not even loading in the doc here. So give me a moment.
Okay, give it a second. It's got to upload and stuff. So this is from Amnesty International in 1994.
Okay.
It's called Biderman's Chart of Coercion, a tool designed to demonstrate and explain the coercive methods of stress manipulation used to torture prisoners of war.
Ooh.
It has been applied to explain the coercive techniques used by perpetrators of domestic abuse. This list directly reflects the original chart. It has not been changed to fit the domestic abuse context. You got it up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it starts with isolation, deprives victims of all social support, of their ability to resist, develops an intense concern with self, makes victim dependent. Can also, variations could be complete solitary confinement, complete partial isolation, group isolation. Sounds familiar.
Mm-hmm.
Next, we have monopolization of perception, fixes attention upon immediate predicament, eliminates information not in compliance with demands. Censoring, punishes independence and or resistance. Anybody who doesn't, agree with the official narrative is a terrorist. This includes physical isolation, dark, bright, restricted movement, monotonous food. Then, next step is humiliation and degradation. Makes resistance more costly than compliance. This includes personal hygiene prevented, demeaning punishments, insults and taunts, denial of privacy. Okay, you can the social engineering of people who don't wear masks, want to kill your grandma. They're the unvaccinated, dirty animals, things like that. Next is exhaustion, weakens mental and physical ability to resist. Semi-starvation, sleep deprivation, prolonged interrogation, overexertion. I think just generally the whole last year was filled with that.
Yep.
Then the next step is threats. Creates anxiety and despair, outlines cost of non-compliance. If you don't get your vaccine, you don't get to fly, you don't get to do nothing. This includes threats to kill, threats of abandonment or non-return, threats against family, vague threats, mysterious changes of treatment. Then there's a little circle around it here. The person who posted it was pointing this out. Occasional indulgences.
Ooh.
Positive motivation for compliance. Hinders.
Vaccination.
Yeah, there you go. You get a free cheeseburger. You get a donut. You get a free beer.
You can win $1 million.
You can win $1 million. This hinders adjustment to deprivation. This includes occasional favors, rewards for partial compliance, and promises. Get your vaccine, you'll get all your freedoms back. Occasional indulgences. And the point is, this is where we seem to be on this list, on this Biderman's chart of coercion. And it's, this is good to note. There's only 2 more steps on this list.
I know, it's making me nervous.
The next step is demonstrating omnipotence.
Oh, no.
Suggests futility of resistance. There's confrontation, showing complete control over victim's fate. And, I don't know, what will that look like? The next step. Then there's forcing trivial demands, develops a habit of compliance, enforcement of rules.
Oh my gosh.
So we're only, if you're kind of paralleling this with what, we've kind of been keeping an eye on and what things might look like in the future, you can see forcing trivial demands, develop habit of compliance and enforcement of rules as being like the complete beast system.
Yeah.
The medical transhuman tyranny where there is no privacy and you got your social credit score to where you must be compliant, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know. I just found this a little too spooky, a little bit too on the nose.
Yeah, I don't like it at all.
Yeah. So there you go. That's according to Amnesty International in 1994, Biderman's chart of coercion, usually applied to domestic abuse cases, but also coercive methods of stress manipulation used to torture prisoners of war.
And we'll have that chart in the show notes at canarycrynewstalk.com.
Mm-hmm.
And well, you got one more story here before the break. If you want to run it real quick.
Yes, we do. And let's get into it. If I can get control of my little hand here. Oh, where is it? There you are. Oh, yeah. This is just a fun one to make complete sense for everybody. Since we are in the occasional indulgences section of the Biderman's chart of coercion. This is coming from the sun.co.uk. The headline is Justice Jab. Offenders getting sentences cut in half.
What?
If they get COVID vaccine under shock new policy. That's right. You can get your sentences cut in half if you get the jab. Georgia's Hall and Dawson counties are offering this incentive in an effort to increase COVID vaccination rates among adults. This incentive will be available to people doing community service as part of their sentence. Hall County Court Administrator Jason Stephenson said that judges can offer up to 20 to 40 hours for those qualified to participate. Stephenson spoke about the new project saying, quote, in our judge's view, every shot in the arm is a service to the community. Quote, for some offenders, it does seem appropriate to recognize that the time and the cost involved in perhaps lining up childcare, taking time off from work, arranging for transportation, and making to a vaccination site, not once, but twice. This recognizes the commitment they've made to doing that. Court leaders are trying to avoid pressuring people into getting the vaccine, but rather making those that qualify aware of the benefits. Andy Maddox, senior assistant public defender of Hall County, explained this as, quote, somebody mentions 20 hours, and that might not sound like a lot, but that's half a work week. And if somebody can get a shot instead of doing 20 hours of community service, that is a pretty strong incentive. Georgia's current vaccination rate is 37%, while the national average is 47%. Maddox assessed the initial interest, saying, quote, I think initially it's some curiosity. Some have already gotten it. Many are pondering it. Other states are also offering incentives to increase vaccination averages. And then it goes into like the lotteries and stuff. So there you go. Now, the headline makes it sound like, murderers can get their sentence cut in half. You can get 20 years off your sentence by getting the vax, which is not the case. This is mainly for people who have community service they have to do. But this is almost more sinister if you think about it, because, the crimes that you just get like 20 to 40 hours of community service, for the most part, there are exceptions. But for the most part, these are kind of the lower level things, maybe too many traffic tickets. Maybe, maybe you do some urinating in public, or again, I'm not saying these are good things, but they're sort of lower level things that you'll get this community service, and you can get your community service cut in half by getting the jab. But what this incentivizes the court system or the law enforcement system to do is catch as many people in these low level offenses in order to attract more people to getting the jab. And so you might see, as a result of this, if this goes the dystopian way, if you're trying to get more people jabbed, you just start arresting more people for low level offenses, maybe things that aren't necessarily worth your time or even financially worth it to the justice system. But if you get enough of these people rounded up and offer them a jab, and they don't have to, go pick up trash on the side of the highway for 40 hours, it's like a catch and release program for the jabbers,
It's social engineering at its worst. But, it wouldn't work in California, because we skipped this article a couple weeks ago. But I do want to mention real quick, just along those lines with prisoners in California, 41 DAs petition against potential early release of 76,000 state prisoners in California. So
and they've been doing that all year.
I know. And all of it was done in the context of emergency regulations But I'm glad the DA is pushing back a little bit, but who knows? I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Maybe now that there's more of an incentive policy with the vaccine, they can push it as like a, hey, what if we get all these people vaccinated? And then I'm sure Newsom will be like, yeah, let's do that. Release the criminals and get them vaccinated.
Yeah, well, you need the criminals. He needs the criminals out on the streets in order to replace the tax dollars from all the people who left the state.
Yeah, I guess. Anyway, this is just a mess. It is making me angry. Let's thank some people before I lose my cool here.
Okay, let's take a quick little break and celebrate some producers.
It's break time! Come on, take a break.
Celebrate! All right, folks, we're just going to take a quick little producer party here, but don't go anywhere because after this, we're going to get into some politics. We're going to be checking in with Biden and the Israel-Gaza issue there. We're going to be, we're just checking in with Biden across the board, basically, so you're not going to want to miss it. We're also going to be talking about a next step into the future dystopia of private police forces going on right now. And then, of course, we'll check in with the Great Reset at the end of the show. So stick around. But first, we want to thank some producers. That's right. I said producers. What I didn't say was we're going to go into an ad read. We're not going to thank some sponsors and some advertisers. We're not going to give you any affiliate codes and try to convince you to go buy things you don't need. We're also not going to try to sell you our super secret supplement formula that'll make your biceps the size of, bigger biceps. Instead, we are on the value for value model, baby, which means no corporate money because, as you all know, every corporate sponsorship is a form of censorship. Thank you for that, Adam Curry. Now, here's the thing, folks. A lot of shows, they'll play you advertisements, and we get it. It might seem sort of innocent, and people have even requested that we put advertisements on this show. But the problem is, I don't think they're necessarily thinking this all the way through because advertising industry is got its cold, dark tentacles wrapped around the world in so many ways, not just the world or the economy, but also your mind. Advertising industry relies on the Hegelian dialectic, reminding you that your life is not perfect and you're not as happy as you could be. You're not as good looking as you could be. You're not as rich as you could be. If only you purchased this item, then finally you'd find some happiness in this world. It's a sick system, and it incentivizes creators like Gons and I to gather up as much attention and trust from our listeners as possible, and then to bundle you up in nice little plastic bags and sell you off to the highest bidder, any advertising company that would give us the most money. It's just a sick system, and we don't think it's right, and we've been pushing against this system for quite a while now, and here's the thing. I believe we are healthier for it, and we believe that you guys are healthier for it. At least we hope so. Google, big tech, Facebook, all those Silicon Valley companies, they get most of their profits from advertising. It's the reason for big data concerns, privacy concerns, facial recognition, tracking your every move. It's of course there's beast system, reasons for that, but the justification is because, we can advertise to you better. We can monetize that data and turn you into just a little economic unit that we can manipulate whenever we want. But not here, folks. Here, you are human. Here, you are a free spirit to float around and take all the information that you want, leave the rest, and not have your mind turned into a product. Instead, we're on the value for value model, which means we create value. We do it 3 times a week and we work really hard at it. And if you get any value out of what we do on this show, you have the opportunity or the responsibility to put value back into it. And it's that simple. And it's the only way that the show works. And it's going to keep working until it doesn't. We'll know when to stop doing the show because producers will stop producing. But that day is not today, Gons, because we got producers to thank. And first of all, if you're out there, you're wondering how to become a producer, there's a couple ways to do it. The first way is by heading over to patreon.com/CCNT. That's patreon.com/CCNT. Gons, are you ready to thank some producers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank producer Colleen A.
Thank you, Colleen.
Thank you very much, Colleen. Next, we have producer Tara O.
Thank you, producer Tara O.
Thank you very much, producer Tara O. And then next up, we have producer David S.
All right, producer David S. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think we got any notes from any of them. Let me just double check really quick. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's see. Tara sent us a note. Oh, she sent us a article. Okay, we'll have to take a look at that article. Thank you very much, Tara O. Okay, now here we go. We have another Patreon account. It's called patreon.com/Canary Cry Radio. And I'll take this opportunity to let you know, Canary Cry Radio is a different show. You are listening to Canary Cry News Talk, our news analysis program, but we also have Canary Cry Radio, which is an interview style show that explores all of these topics and more with researchers, scholars, filmmakers, authors, all sorts of cool people. So go check out Canary Cry Radio on your podcast player. And we have patreon.com/Canary Cry Radio. And we want to thank those producers here too. And coming in is double trouble. Producer David S. came in over there as well.
Thank you very much. S.
Producer David. Yeah, that's right. Next, we have producer Edwin R.
Thank you, producer Edwin.
Then we have producer Martin B. came in with an upgraded producership.
Thank you, producer Martin B.
Thank you, Marty B. All right, that's all for our Patreon producers here. But here's the thing. A lot of people don't like Patreon. That's okay. You don't have to use Patreon if you don't want. That's why you can head on over to canarycryradio.com/support.
canarycryradio.com/support.
That's right. canarycryradio.com/support. It's a great place. You can read about all the value for value model stuff. You can learn about the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames. And there's also cryptocurrency options there for you cool crypto chads. But there's also other options, like you can come in as a monthly producership, a nice set it and forget it option. We still thank you on the show here. But if commitment is not your thing, you can go ahead and make a producership in any amount, a one-time amount. And the options are endless there. Gons, who do we have coming in on the PayPal?
On the PayPal, first we want to thank all the producers who have already supported us with the recurring producerships. We see you. We thank you. Don't always mention your names, but we do appreciate it. First up, we have John K.
Thank you, John K.
And John K says, I heard about you in a no agenda donation segment.
Oh,
all right.
Hey, we got a no agenda guy coming in. That was only a week or so ago, for a couple weeks now, for episode 333. So John K, that was a quick turnover. He understands the value for value model, came on over and made it happen. Guys, this might be our first no agenda producer since we appeared on the show.
Yeah. And they say, and I've really enjoyed your Christ-centered insight into world events. Here's some value back to you. Perfect.
Thank you very much, producer John K. Don't we have a jingle for this?
I think so. I don't know if this is the one because I don't know if it's labeled correctly, but here, let's give it a go.
Biden's your Marty B jingle.
Nope, that's not it.
That is not it.
It's not it. It's from Over the Rainbow. I know that. I'm trying to find it because it's...
Okay, why don't you, while you find that, let me thank a couple more producers here. Thank you very much, producer John K. Hold for a jingle. Next up, we have producer Tammy C coming in, supporting the show.
Thank you, Tammy C.
Thank you. Next up, we have producer Scott K has been coming in for 4 episodes in a row, and that means he is on a streak. You're heating up, Scott K. Came in with $13.41. I don't think we got a note as to what that means, but thank you for the $13.41. Oh, it's we're on episode 341, right? Yeah. So it's like a little boost. Yeah. It's the show number producership with a nice little boost. Thank you very much, Scott.
Yeah, he didn't want to give too much, but also not too little. Just put the 1 in front of it.
Found the sweet spot, the Goldilocks zone, as they like to say. The power, the Illuminati.
Yeah.
The lizard people.
Yeah.
Next up, we have producer James H. and Gons. Boom shakalaka. James H. is lit, baby. Coming in with $7.77. The pocket full of sevens. You did it, James. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that, producer James, for your consistency.
Next, we have producer Shield Labs. That's Sir Casey, the Shield Knight, coming in, and he's also on a streak. He's on an 11-episode streak supporting the show. My goodness, he might have taken the lead on the streak competition that's been going on, unless a certain producer comes in the next few seconds here, Gonz. You might have to check your list over there to see if the one producer comes in. Next up, we have producer Kimberly W.
Thank you, producer Kim.
Now, producer Kim is coming in with $3.39 and sends a note that says gas at the 76 stations went up, but still has 33 in it. I'm still curious because all the 76 stations I see have the same price when all the other companies have different prices in different suburbs. Yes, Kim has been coming in with she's basically producing with the price of a gallon of gas.
She found the Freemasonic gas station.
Yeah, sure. And actually, Kim W is also on a streak. Oh, Kim W is on a 3-episode streak. That means you're heating up, Kimberly. Thank you very much. Let me make a note of this.
All right. And just to bring it back here, our top producer today was John K. So John K, thank you for that. And here it is.
No agenda donation.
Boom, whee! Our first one.
There we go.
Yeah.
At least the first one since we had that jingle.
Since Adam Curry called me
our
Ginzo.
Train wreck of
You know what I found out? Ginzo is Italian. It's an Italian slur.
Oh.
Yeah, so Adam Curry was
yes.
It's a slang term for those of Sicilian descent, usually used in a derogatory manner. So Adam Curry really going after those Italians,
bro.
Easy, buddy.
That's funny.
Yeah, I don't know, but maybe he hates Italians. I mean, he's a Scandinavian. What is he?
I think he has family over in Italy, or at least living over there right now.
Okay.
But enough about his personal life. Did you take a look at the PayPal list recently? See if something comes in.
Hold on, you're making me.
There's somebody on a streak. I don't want to move on, and they miss their chance to keep their streak going.
You're just making me do a lot of administrative work back here.
You know what? I could if I would. But you're the one with the power, Gons.
I know. I have all the.
But here's the thing, folks. It's not just PayPal or Patreon. We also have cryptocurrency for those cool crypto kids out there. And we had one crypto producer for this episode, and that is producer Chris. Producer Chris mentioned in a note a while back he was wanted us to make a Matic wallet. And if you're working hard over there, Gons, I don't want to ask you about Matic.
No, okay. It's a side chain solution to Ethereum. Their gas fees are ridiculously high, but I did receive it. Thank you so much. And I sent him my Celsius wallet because I get almost 14% APY on it. It's pretty good.
Well, maybe I need to send him my Celsius wallet.
Yes, I can send you part of that.
Okay.
Okay, so he says here in a note, he sent 99.33 Matic tokens.
Oh, nice one.
Yep. He says, your Matic is on the way. I felt I should send some your way so you don't feel completely left out. Yes, I saw a Matic at 2 cents and I did nothing. And then it went to over $2 in the last week before a big crash. Yeah.
Wow.
The only reason I threw a few dollars into it is because Celsius is paying almost 14% interest on it. And the only reason why I know about Celsius is because of you. Mm-hmm. You've been a large part of my journey into crypto, and I'm deeply grateful. Thank you. Even with the latest crypto market bloodbath, things are still looking up. I know it's not a ton, but if Matic gets to $5 to $10 per coin, maybe you can fill up your gas tank and have a little leftover to give Basil some money for gout meds. I like it. I like
no
that.
Comment. No comment.
I listen regularly and appreciate what you guys do. Keep up the great work. May God bless you and may angels minister to you. P.S. This is a pretty challenging request here. By the way, I think Chris officially is the executive producer for this episode, which is interesting that it comes in the form of crypto.
Yeah. Our first crypto executive producer.
Yeah. He says, P.S. It was my birthday last Tuesday. I thought it would be great if Basil could wish me happy birthday as a Russian doing an Australian accent or vice versa. He's great at both. I thought it would be funny if they were combined somehow. I don't know if the laws of physics would allow this, but I thought I'd ask. And then PPS, the Matic amount is double my age plus 13.33. So there you go.
Gosh, he's got it all figured out here.
All coded.
Wow, a Russian doing an Australian accent or vice versa.
I think you could do Russian. Russian doing an Australian accent sounds doable. The other way around sounds harder.
I've never heard it, but I'm just going to take I'm just going to back up, get some running space and run right at it. Russian doing Australian accent. Okay, here we go, Mr. Producer Chris. Thank you so much for your Matic producership for today. Put the shrimp on the Barbie. And I want to say a very big happy birthday to you, Producer Chris. Oh, yes.
That's just Borat.
Very good. Very good. Happy birthday to you,
that is so
Producer
spot
Chris.
on in the chat there. That's Milky Tea. That's just Borat. That was Borat. That's not a Russian doing Australian accent.
Well, Borat is from Kazakhstan, which is
close.
South of Russia and north of Australia. Right. So yeah, the geography works out on that.
I like your cop out there. Very nice. Good job. Nice way to slide out of that. That is challenging. A Russian and Australian accent. I don't do accents, so I couldn't help. But
I don't know, man. I think I nailed it. And you're welcome, Chris. Happy birthday.
You had maybe if you did. What's that guy that used to do the animal show that he got killed because he did all the animal stuff? Just do him.
Steve Irwin. Yeah, that's exactly what I did. I don't know why you're giving me advice. I nailed it 100%.
You did Steve Irwin? Because
yes,
I heard what the chat heard
mixed with Putin.
I heard what the chat heard, which was Borat. That sounded like Borat.
You're not listening. You're not doing the math. Okay. Steve Irwin plus Vladimir Putin equals Borat. That's the whole point.
All right. Well, there you go, Producer Chris. Thank you for that. We appreciate it. And thank you for the Matic/Polygon. And that's all the producers there.
Okay.
Anything?
Nobody else came in at the last minute, right?
No, I don't see anything. Did somebody drop their streak?
Somebody dropped their streak, but it's okay.
That's too bad.
It's okay. It's fun getting to start again.
Yep.
Okay. What's next? Timestamps.
Yes, timestamps.
You can support the show not just with your treasure, but also your time and your talent. And producer Christine C. produced the show with her time and talent, I'd say, giving us the timestamps for last episode. Thank you very much. If you watch on YouTube, you'll see the timestamps posted for the episode afterwards. And that's all thanks to our cool timestamp team. And this week, it was Christine C. And hopefully once our podcasting 2.0 setup gets a rolling, those will become chapters on the new podcasting 2.0 platforms. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. And for those producers who support the show with their talent, you can do jingles and art. We're going to start with some jingles.
We have a new jingle. Never try new stuff.
And the first one is from producer Marty B. That's the one that put together People Zoo, our outro track.
So many other things.
Yeah, so many other things.
It's almost like, People Zoo is a hit, obviously, but so many other things.
Yeah, and this one might have come in handy earlier on. It's a streaker jingle.
They're on a streak.
Pretty good. That's nice.
Pretty good.
Nice and short and poppy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we could have used that earlier. Well, that's okay. We'll have it for every episode from now on.
Yep, there you go. Thank you for that, producer Marty B. I think there was like a mastered version that came in. I don't know if I grabbed that one on time, but we will have that ready to go for future streakers. That doesn't sound right. Next up, we have producer, I'm going to say Stefan M.
Thank you very much, producer Steven.
And he came in with a banana jingle. He has a note. Hello, I hope that you can use this for banana talk.
Attention, I am removing all bananas from the kitchen.
It's from The Office, and it immediately reminded me of CCNT, and it's banana coverage. Hope you can use it.
No other podcast covers banana news like we do.
No. Yeah, that's important news, especially for you, Basil. It's a very important thing.
I would ask that Stefan send us the episode number, the season, the episode, and a time stamp.
Yes.
For that, so we can actually get a clean recording of it.
Yeah, that sounded like the clip was great, but it did sound like it was being recorded on a cell phone across the room on a couch. So we appreciate it.
Well,
thank you for that.
Send that in, Stefan. We'll get a higher audio clip.
Yes. And speaking of bananas, we're going to get into some art.
One art, please.
Speaking of bananas.
And the first art comes from producer Allie.
One art, please. Another one from Allie now. Here it is.
Of course, Allie are one of our prolific artists, and she has her own jingle. That's how prolific she is.
That's right.
And
today we've got a great piece from Allie here. It looks like she's sharing some species.
It's called Endangered Species.
Yes. So we've got a list of endangered species. First of one is dole quan alpinus. Looks like some kind of fox or maybe a coyote endangered. Okay, save the doles. Next we have banana, Musa acuminata. Oh, do you think that's real? Musa acuminata sounds suspiciously like Hakuna Matata.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Yeah, Musa acuminata is a species of banana native to southern Asia. Its range comprising the Indian subcontinent and Southeast Asia.
Okay.
Many of the modern edible dessert bananas are from this species, although some are hybrids with Musa balbisiana.
Well, Hakuna Matata to you, banana. Then last on the list, we've got the African wild ass, Equus africanus. And there you go. You made me say a naughty word on the air.
I think that's the goal.
Allie, you got me. It's in the Bible. It's okay.
Yeah.
We can say that word.
I know. Yeah.
Beautiful. Oh, look at these just majestic leaps of endangered species. We got to save these doles. We got to save these African wild asses, and we got to save these bananas. Come on. We got to start a charity, Gons.
I am totally down to do the banana charity. All right. Thank you, Allie. Keep it up. Appreciate the producership there. Next up, we have producer Dove.
Woo!
And,
oh my gosh. Yeah. This is the first time I'm seeing this.
Are you serious?
Yeah, producer Dove. You are just such a blessing to this show. For those who are just listening, we are looking at a beautiful rendition of the Bidens and the Carters dwarf and Nephilim photo that made the rounds last week or a couple of weeks ago. You know, the one with the Carters sitting in the chair. They're tiny, tiny little old people, and the Bidens are gigantic, kneeling next to them in the weird dollhouse of a room. Well, Dove has recreated this, and we have the Bidens, tiny little Bidens, sitting in some chairs in the living room, and next to them is Basil and Gons. Gons, you're kneeling down over there by Dr. Jill Biden in her lemon dress, looking pretty savvy. Got a nice suit on.
Yeah, this is much nicer than my normal garb. I appreciate the upgrade there.
Looks so professional.
Yeah.
And then on the left, I love, oh my gosh, having my face be anonymous is the most rewarding thing I ever could have done. Not just because I'm not on facial recognition software, but also we get different renditions. I am a giant anthropomorphized bird, canary with googly eyes, and it's beautiful. I got my pink pants on, I got my brown loafers and my white blazer. Ooh, styling canary. And I'm sitting right next to not just a tiny little Joe Biden wearing his aviators, but he's also got the weird the high water pants that Jimmy Carter was having.
Oh, yeah.
In that photo. So very good attention to detail. Now, in the original photo, in the background, hanging on the wall, were some, family portraits, some weird sort of gold framed things. In ours, however, of course, we're visiting the Bidens. So you got to remember, on the left-hand side, we've got a photo of a pig. It's a white hog is what it is. Okay, we got a white hog in front of a barn. On the far right, we've just got the devil hung up in the Biden's living room. Nice little portrait of the devil. And in between them, nice and big with a golden frame, we've got a recreation of the Commie Cry radio poster, not the original. I forgot who did the movie poster one, but Dove did a great one, and now that art has made it onto the wall of the Biden's living room.
Yeah, a couple.
And then of course you've got some witchcraft materials on the table between them.
Yeah, it's actually the Biden family Necronomicon.
Oh, right,
and it's got the pentagram on the cover there.
Yeah, it's the one that they got sworn in.
Yeah, the old Bible they used to get sworn into office.
The old family Bible,
yeah. And then there's some miniature pyramids with a single eye with a smiley face on one of them.
Yeah. Very highly accurate.
I think a detail you might have missed is the bird head logo, like your head logo on your loafers there.
Oh, I did miss that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've got my own branded loafers.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
I see an exit strategy.
Oh, this is great. Yeah. We appreciate it. And,
thank you very much, Producer Dove.
Yeah. I keep saying it, but somebody's going to discover the show many, many years from now, unless the Lord returns, and see all of our things. And they're going to be so confused. They're going to be like, were they communists? They were pro-Nephilim? What is going on with these people?
The deep lore. It's kind of like a Tolkien book,
where
he spends chapters and chapters and chapters talking about some like random imaginary fictional history for a random tribe of elves. And it's kind of how this show is. There's just centuries of lore behind every detail. Really great job, Producer Dev.
Thank you for that. And that does it for the art. We did receive a couple video entries. We did have one video that we did want to highlight.
Okay.
It was from producer Isaac, and there's a note from him. It's kind of long. I won't read the whole thing, but maybe. I don't know. It says here, I was listening to Friday's episode on my way to work this morning and heard you mention you haven't asked any vaccinated people about the magnet sticking to the arm.
The magnet thing, right.
I work in a warehouse, and last week I had a truck driver show up who mentioned he had been vaccinated. Being the type of person who is skeptical and inquisitive, I asked if he had had any side effects. He told me that the first shot left him feeling miserable, and then he told me about the quarter thing. He straight up told me about a quarter sticking to his arm. Seeing quarters are not magnetic, I was skeptical. Yeah. Seeing he was open as he was, I asked if I could see. He happily agreed and told me to break out my camera for pictures and videos if I like. So that's exactly what I did. I took a quarter out of my own pocket and gave it to him. I put it on, and sure enough, it stuck. I also took the quarter off, and his arm, there was nothing sticky on it. The video I took made the rounds with family member of mine that works in a prison nearby. He knows one of the head nurses, and he told her about the video I had taken. She didn't believe it at first until she tried it on herself and was shocked to find out that the quarter stuck. There were a couple other nurses there as well, and it stuck to them. The nurses at the prison proceeded to do some internal investigation and found out that there were 2 shots available to them. Everyone had the Pfizer shot. Everyone that had the Pfizer shot, the quarter stuck. They also found out a dime would stick, but not a nickel. Everybody that had the Moderna shot, the quarter would not stick to. Needless to say, there was a bit of nervousness in the nurses department. I'm glad we're just causing anxiety across hospitals everywhere.
This is so weird. And yes, we are aware of the magnet thing. We've mentioned the magnet thing. Mm-hmm. It makes no sense. I mean, here, I don't understand. Okay, so it's one thing. I've always been skeptical, of course, of this magnet thing. And things like this, I really don't buy it unless I do it myself. It does mean something that a producer did this. But as he mentioned, quarters are not magnetic. If you have a magnet and you have a quarter, the quarter will not stick to the magnet. And so I'm very skeptical of this. I mean, I wish we could find a clear frame of this video to really zoom in and see if this is a real quarter or not. I did do some looking. I guess some Canadian quarters are magnetic. I mean, and look, I'm just talking about the magnetism of a quarter. I'm not even talking about the rest of the claim. Of course, the claim is pretty strange. There are a ton of videos out there of this happening, which, not just because there's a lot of them doesn't necessarily mean it's true. Now there is at least the word on the street is that there has been some research done and some experiments carried through of what do they call them? Magnetoproteins or something, where they have in mice replicated biological proteins that have magnetic properties. And of course, again, I have not looked at the documents for this study straight up. I've just read about them. So I'm not giving my seal of approval on the magnetoprotein theory. But it is just very strange. But I do go back to what I mentioned last week, which is kind of like, why in the world would this even be a thing? And it does kind of go back to the tagging aspect, where if there was some sort of magnetic residue on a vaccination site, I think it would be more useful as an identifier rather than, some sort of weird mind control or tracking thing. Because, if there were magnetoproteins or something developing at the site, then you could, if somebody forgets their vaccine pass or doesn't have their green pass or their vaccine card or whatever, you could take a little wand and see if their arm has any magnetic stuff on it. And it's more of like a wireless, are you vaccinated or not signal. That's the only thing that would make any sense to me. But this magnetic quarter thing is very strange. I'm going to have to track down some. What is it? They're saying the Pfizer one is doing this and not the Moderna?
Yeah, I can probably find some people. I think I know some people that have the Pfizer, 2 of the Pfizer jabs. So.
I got to see it for myself, man. I can't believe anything on the internet anymore.
I have a hard time. I mean...
But that's exactly what our producer did.
Yeah.
They didn't believe it.
Well, here's what I want to know from producer Isaac. Did he try to stick it on himself, too,
Does the video include the quarter actually going onto the arm?
No, there's just a 5-second clip of him moving his arm around.
And see, you can lick a quarter and stick it on your arm and it'll stick there for a while.
Yeah.
I don't know. I got to look at this one myself.
Yeah,
it was kind of like with the flat earth moonshine versus sunshine experiment.
Yeah.
You're aware of that,
yes,
right?
I
talked
am.
about
you
it.
did some experiments on that, didn't you?
I did. Yeah. I did the moonshine experiment, not moonshine.
The alcohol.
Cool guys out there. But, the I guess, claim by flat earthers that the moon shines cold light versus warm light. So you get a laser thermometer and you measure the temperature in moonlight and then in moon shade. I did it a few dozen times and it came out that moonlight was colder. Now since then I've had some people suggest different ways I could run the experiment, but it freaked me out too much. I just kind of stopped doing it. We need to do some experimentation on this quarter thing, Guns.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Thank you for that, producer Isaac. And that's it. I think that's, I was hoping to hear a report from producer Ciara, about the Florida meetup, but I don't think we've heard anything yet.
Not that I know of either.
But hopefully we'll hear from her soon, and we can learn more about what happened.
We did dedicate this producer segment to the Canary Cry dads out there.
Oh, that's right.
I don't know if it's coincidence or not that the Canary Cry dads, had a little bit lighter of a producer segment than the Canary Cry moms. But hey, who knows? Canary Cry dads out there, we love you guys. Keep tuning in. You're doing the Lord's work, being dads. That includes you, Gons.
I know. Being a dad is it's a lot of work. Although, I am learning. And I don't know how to feel about it, but I'm learning that I guess I do things that a lot of dads, well, I don't know. There are some dads in my circle of friends and family who like don't change diapers. They like don't do some of the things. And I was really surprised. I'm like, really? They don't change their baby's diapers?
Yeah, well, their wives don't have as good of a right hook as your wife does.
or you mean the laser eyes burn a hole through my soul?
Yeah.
Anyway.
So thank you, Canary Cry dads. I was thinking next episode, next producer segment, we should dedicate it to Canary Cry. I was thinking like medical workers or scientists, because we have some we got nurses and doctors, but also researchers who listen to the show, and they're very good at keeping us honest when we talk about the things we talk about. And I just appreciate them very much. And I know that producers and listeners out there, it's our network of producers in all sorts of crazy professions that really add a lot to the show. Yeah. So how should we do that? Just all medical people? Yeah.
Medical professionals or
medical professionals.
Yeah.
That includes nurses, doctors, researchers, all those types of people.
Yeah, that's good. I
okay,
like it.
Let's do it. We'll dedicate to the Canary Cry team of medical research, medical professionals. There we go. So if you want to show the Canary Cry truth-seeking medical professionals out there, you want to thank them for their help and participation in the show, become a producer for next week's show.
There you go.
Okie dokie. Anything else? Should we wake on up?
I think we should wake up.
Yeah, wake up, sleepyheads.
Hey, y'all, wake up.
You're stepping all over that jingle. And it's politic time.
Yay.
It's Latin for many.
Tick.
Now suck your blood. Now suck
Politics.
Your blood.
Oh, you know what? Real quick. Sorry. Did you know that Sigrid the Beast is an X-ray technician? I guess he has mentioned that before. Yeah. So there you go. Sigrid the Beast is an example. Of course, N. Numati, our microbiologist, is an example. I know we have nurses and doctors out there. Feel free to identify yourself, and we'll thank you on the next episode.
When I broke my hand and I went a week without getting it x-rayed, And I was vacuum cleaning the house, and I'm like, my hand doesn't feel right. I'm going to go get it checked out. During the x-ray technician from like behind the curtain was like, oh, that's when I knew it was broken.
I don't think he's supposed to do that.
He wasn't. He was like, sorry, but I guess it was pretty bad looking. So pretty funny story there.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah. I don't know if Sigra the Beast has ever doxed himself that way or ousted himself that way, but my guy did. I'm like, what happened? He's like, oh, your hand's broken. I'm like, well, I knew that, but did you have to react that way? I thought he found like, something in there.
Found a microchip?
Yeah, microchip in there or something. All right.
He's like, have you ever been abducted by aliens?
Have you ever seen Biden's hairy legs?
Got hairy legs. Got hairy legs.
This is CNN.com. We love reporting from CNN just to see what they're up to. Shillzilla's got some competition from Stephen Collinson.
Uh-oh.
Headline, Biden faces crunch moment in his presidency. Crunch moment. Oh, am I doing the wrong one? That's fine. No, I think the order is better this way. Okay. Crunch moment. The Biden presidency. Remember, this is CNN reporting. The Biden presidency and top Democrats suddenly face a moment of truth with an audacious nation-changing agenda imperiled by the treacherous political math of divided Washington and stiff resistance by pro-Trump Republicans. Man, Trump's gone, but he's still pro-Trump Republicans. A crucial phase is now unfolding with President Joe Biden's plans to redefine the concept of infrastructure.
The concept.
He's going to redefine the concept of infrastructure.
This is
what does that
crazy.
even mean?
This is akin to, redefining the concept of gender, redefining the concept of, words. We've been tracking the changing of words, the redefining the concept of a domestic terrorist, redefining the concept of what it means to be American. This is some postmodernism nutball stuff here.
I was already triggered when I read that line. I was like, redefine the concept of infrastructure, build back better with huge government social spending slowed by stumbling bipartisan talks with the GOP. Hopes of a sweeping voting reform law to counter Republican efforts in the states to restrict access to the ballot have no clear path forward in the Senate. Again, just misrepresenting a lot of that.
Again, just passing right by it without recognizing, the fact that it's a complete lie. Yeah. Okay.
The bipartisan drive for a relatively modest tightening of background checks for some gun buyers is at risk of fizzling. Okay, because it's nonsense is why it's fizzling. The best chance for a headline-grabbing win may be intense talks on police reform between Republican Senator Tim Scott and two top Democrats, but hopes that a deal can happen before the anniversary of George Floyd's death this week have faded, and the president is yet to unveil expected efforts to tackle immigration reform and climate change, two highly divisive policy areas. I like it.
Saying he's done almost absolutely
They
nothing.
just throw it's like a giant stew of everything, and they're like, Biden is not succeeding.
Yeah, well, again, just a reminder, he signed more executive orders than anybody else.
Yeah.
But most of these executive orders, they are not policy level things. No. Now, this coming from the guy that said that a president should not sign executive orders because that's what dictators do, and then he did more than anybody else. But that has been interesting, and I gotta say, I've been saying it all along when it comes to Biden and him being some sort of tyrannical communist. He's been pretty impotent almost entirely. I mean, as far as a policy level thing goes, not just a rhetorical thing, policy wise, he's done almost nothing.
Yeah.
And the things that he has done, like the border things, has made the problems way worse.
And then avoided the whole thing. And then remember his gun thing? Like, he was all stern about it. He was all confident about his thing. But then again, it's a big nothing.
Yeah.
Biden is trying to capitalize on the perception among Democrats that after a once-in-a-century pandemic and grave economic crisis, the country is ready for a fundamental shift in attitude toward ambiguous government solutions.
Wow, this is...
I'm telling you, man,
I'm kind of enjoying this article from CNN, though.
They're setting up his demise.
Yeah,
they really are. Again, where's Kamala? Where is she? What is she doing?
Yeah.
Is she being injected with president vaccine juice or something? I don't know what's going on. What is she doing?
She's like Captain America. She's getting the serum injected, and she's
adamantium upgrade or something.
Cryogenesis right now, waiting for the.
But the reality,
going. This is good.
But the reality of the
back a sentence. I'm sorry. I just want to hear it again.
Biden is trying to capitalize on the perception among Democrats that after a once-in-a-century pandemic and grave economic crisis, the country is ready for a fundamental shift in attitude toward ambiguous government solutions. But the reality of a 50-50 Senate means he cannot even guarantee all of his own party is on side with his biggest goals. Republicans, still enthralled to ex-President Donald Trump, have already shifted to a warpath to the 2022 midterm elections. This week in the Senate, they are expected to block a bipartisan independent commission into the January 6th Capitol insurrection. The move would further enshrine the turn by a party that once boasted it won the Cold War against totalitarian communism away from safeguarding democracy in its own country. Perceptions of the economy.
Blah, blah, blah.
I know, it's all blah, blah. Always an important driver of political sentiment and key to a president's authority, are caught in a strange limbo. Some signals are pointing to a bounce back to match the roaring 20s 100 years ago, but other data on jobs and inflation offers an opening for GOP claims that Biden's big government policies are inviting trouble. A critical moment. During his first 100 days in office and in a largely successful attempt to scale distribution of the COVID-19 vaccines he inherited from Trump, Biden was able to ride a tide.
Whoa,
dude, I know.
This CNN article is brutal on Biden.
I know. If you're CNN and you're starting to attribute Biden with Trump, like them being on the same surfboard.
Yeah. And you inherited the vaccines from Trump, Biden, even after they went so far to say that they started from scratch and yada, yada, yada.
Biden was able to ride a tide of public support based on the fact that at last a president was taking the pandemic seriously. Yeah, a little side. You can't be all pro-Trump there. You got to.
Sure, but still.
Now, however, as he sets about implementing a partisan agenda, his political task becomes far more complicated. It is the nature of a presidency born in crisis to experience successive tests of authority and political dexterity, and Biden is about to face another one. The president has made the push to find common ground on infrastructure reform, the acid test of his vow to bring the country together that anchored his 2020 campaign and is a centerpiece of his entire presidency. That belief in bipartisanship was on show last week when the president signed into law a bill shielding Asian and Pacific Islander Americans from a rising tide of hate-motivated attacks, while largely garnered support across the aisle despite 62 Republicans in the House and 1 in the Senate opposing it.
Yeah, that's interesting too that they're making such a big deal about it, because that is like the one thing that he's been able to pull off. And it's, again, I mean, it's a great show legislation. It looks good and it sounds good, but really doesn't change too much except for give more ability to spy on Americans and censor people.
Yeah.
That's all it did. It just does nothing for the economy. It does nothing for any of the major things.
Quote, I'm proud today of the United States. I'm proud today of our political system, the United States Congress. I'm proud today that Democrats and Republicans have stood up together to say something, the president said. Biden, however, may be the only person in Washington with such faith in a system seared by the most bitter partisanship, assaults on democratic norms by Trump, and a fundamental disconnect on the purpose of government. Some Democrats believe the president is wasting time in negotiating with Republicans. They think will never offer a counterproposal that comes anywhere near progressive hopes. Still, Biden's faith, or a desire at least, to show voters he hasn't given up on the aspirations that bankrolled his appeal to more moderate voters, led him to take a key role in talks with a small group of Republican senators that started with encouraging noises, but seemed to be foundering on the unbridgeable divide between the parties. If the president's attempt to carve out a bipartisanship infrastructure deal fails, it is hard to see any other issue where his vision of unity has any chance of being realized. Republicans are balking both at Biden's wide vision of infrastructure, which includes significant social spending and partially rolling back Trump's corporate tax cuts to pay for it. But the White House insists that its trimming of the package from $2.2 trillion to $1.7 trillion is a good faith offer to keep the GOP on board. There is a palpable sense in Washington that the crunch moment for the plan is approaching. Quote, Biden will not let inaction be the answer. And when he gets to the point where it looks like that is inevitable, you'll see him change course, Cedric Richmond, a senior White House advisor, said on CNN's State of the Union Sunday. The problem for Biden is that a move to go it alone to try to pass a bill based on Democratic votes with intricate parliamentary maneuvers in the Senate could puncture an aura of unity and centrism with which he has cloaked his presidency and was most important to the passage of his COVID-19 rescue bill. Still, presuming the president could solve the riddle of how to get moderate Democrats, like West Virginia Senator Joe Manchin, to support the bill, he could get credit from voters for standing up to GOP obstruction if any subsequent partisan infrastructure plan ends up being widely popular. The president increasingly needs to be concerned about his left flank, as well as the deteriorating hopes for talks on infrastructure with Republicans to his right. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, who chairs the Senate Budget Committee, sent a clear signal of progressives' increasing impatience about bipartisan efforts that many of them feel do not enjoy good faith partners. Quote, we would like to have bipartisanship, Sanders told CBS's Face the Nation, but I don't think we have a seriousness on the part of the Republican leadership to address the major concerns, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, well, this is just getting sucked into this left-right paradigm nonsense back and forth.
But ties between progressives and Biden have been further strained by the behind-the-scenes role that the president took in mediating the fighting between Israel and Hamas last week as Palestinian casualties mounted. Progressives are sensing that the president, despite embarking on the liberal economic agenda, isn't firmly in their corner on everything. Biden recently told New York Times columnist David Brooks that the U.S. has no alternative but to go big, given challenges to its competitiveness and power by nations like China. But he also seems to indicate that his vision on expansive political change did not necessarily ally with the perceptions of many in his own party. Quote, the progressives don't like me because I'm not prepared to take on what I would say, and they would say is a socialist agenda, Biden said. Whoa, Biden.
Yeah.
Straight up saying he's not going to take on socialist agenda. Such a worldview might help explain why Biden is key to expand the social safety net with policies that help working Americans and tilt the balance of the economy back toward the less well-off, but is reticent to embrace the expansion of the Supreme Court or ending the Senate filibuster. The coming weeks will begin to define exactly whether Biden's judgment of the political moment offers a path for his preferred way forward, or whether he will have little choice but to turn a more partisan approach to maximize what may be a narrow window to get big things done as the midterm elections loom. So there you go. They're really putting pressure on Biden. I mean, what it really comes down to is Biden, you better just toe the line of the leftist liberal progressive movement, or what, or else.
Yeah, well, it is interesting, and you go back to the Kamala thing. She's basically been hiding for a month now.
Yeah, where is she? What is she doing? Where is our vice president, allegedly?
But it's the Kamala taking over thing. I mean, it's always been an interesting theory, but there hasn't quite been like any hard evidence behind it. Besides, it's just sort of like, I don't know, political conspiracy theory. Not to say that it wasn't ever a viable idea. There's just, no sort of hard evidence for that to be the case. But the combination of Kamala not making any public statements about anything for a month, not the Israel thing, not the infrastructure thing, haven't even heard her talk about shootings or any of the things going on in the past month. It's
come on, autoplay news articles. This is Fox. Fox, you're canceled.
It's an issue of safety. She can't be coming out and making big statements because who knows which way the tide will shift. And, she's sort of protecting some future options. When a politician disappears for a while like that, they're protecting options. They don't want to get locked into anything. Whereas Biden has been coming out, and I mean, this article puts it pretty flatly, which is, he's reducing a lot of options. He's making the progressives realize that he is not on their side. He's complicated things even his dealing with Israel and Gaza has been confusing at most, impotent at least. And so this is not necessarily a kind article from CNN towards Biden, and I think you called it. It seems like at least a foundational setup towards preferring Kamala over Biden. And they made the point at the very end about the midterm elections in 2020. Right now, the Democrats do have control of pretty much all three houses.
That's the thing. It's like, if you're going to get anything done for the progressive leftist, movement, now's the time to move because you basically have control of all three branches of government.
Yeah. And if you wanted, and he keeps going to the bipartisan thing. In a long-term strategy, now is not the time for bipartisanship. Yeah. Now, in his mind, he might be thinking, oh, well, if we do bipartisan now, because he knows Republicans are going to gain some control in the midterms. I mean, that's very likely that in 2022, the power in the House and the Senate is going to shift, at least in one of those houses. Yeah. So, you can kind of think in his old school way. He's like, well, maybe if I do some bipartisan stuff now, when they gain some control in 2022, they'll work with me. That's probably the long term idea that he has. Yeah. But the fact of the matter is, this is probably not going to happen. And on a more aggressive strategy would be, hey, you got the power now, do everything you want, do it now, just shove it through. And then, maybe when the Republicans gain some power, they'll undo some of it. Yeah. But I don't know if that's going to work out for him.
There was an article. This is the video that started playing a second ago. Fox News, Jill Biden. This is from 2 days ago. Jill Biden, Kamala Harris share hug after reports of First Lady's F-bomb toward VP. And just to read one paragraph. Bygones appear to be bygones at the White House Friday, with First Lady Jill Biden getting chummy with Vice President Kamala Harris, days after a forthcoming book revealed Biden said Harris should, quote, go F herself for attacking her husband during the Democratic primaries. So,
what?
Yeah.
She wrote this in a book?
Yeah.
Jill Biden wrote in a book that Kamala should go F herself.
And then they hug it out. Look at that. Oh, they're hugging. Oh.
Wow.
This is so weird. We live in such a clown world.
Strange group those Democrats are.
Just Democrats, really? I mean, it's
wow.
It's just the whole thing.
Yeah, because that was a big thing. Kamala came out pretty hard against Biden in the primaries.
Yeah. So
which made it so strange that she was the VP.
Yeah. But that's a weird thing to say in a book too. The editor didn't get a hold of Jill. Like, Hey,
to put it in black
lady?
and white, to put it ink on paper.
Maybe use some euphemisms, or maybe don't go in so hard on a colored woman who's the vice president.
Yeah. Wow.
I don't know. Weird.
Jeez Louise. Okay. Well, something there.
Something.
Okay, let's check in with, mention the Israel-Gaza thing. Let's check in with the Times of Israel.
Zionist pig!
Hour by hour behind the scenes of Biden's push for a ceasefire in Gaza, from the timesofisrael.com. The diplomatic flurry was over and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was on the phone telling U.S. President Joe Biden that it appeared the furious fighting between Israel and the Gaza ruling Hamas terror group was about to end. But Biden remained wary even after the Thursday afternoon phone call with the Israeli premier. Things still could go crosswise with hours to go before the ceasefire took effect. Biden's team reasoned. Nervous
they have reason over there? Good job.
Nervous White House aides dialed contacts in Tel Aviv and Cairo to suss out whether the truce would hold. Officials in both the U.S. and Israel worried about a barrage of Hamas rockets. Another barrage of Hamas rockets could sink the Egyptian brokered agreement, according to an official familiar with the conversations. The vagaries of sources continues. They're just familiar with the conversations. Then came another call from Netanyahu, his second to Biden that day, with reassurances for the American president that the 11-day war really was halting. Biden's first, what? What are you laughing at?
Netanyahu must spend all day on his phone.
He does make a lot of calls.
He's just like, every time there's a report on Netanyahu, it's like, he called again and again, and then this was his third, fourth, fifth, 33 calls to Pfizer?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Biden's first extended foreign policy crisis, one he handled largely by avoiding the cameras and maneuvering instead behind the scenes, had abated. The president went before cameras in the cross hall of the White House to describe, quote, intensive high-level discussion hour by hour, literally, by the United States that involved Egypt, the Palestinian Authority, and other Middle Eastern countries. All of it, he said, came, quote, with an aim of avoiding the sort of prolonged conflict we've seen in previous years when the hostilities have broken out. The calls between Biden and Netanyahu were a small sample of the furious diplomacy that the White House conducted. The president and senior aides had over 80 engagements by phone or in person in search of an endgame to the fighting, according to the White House. Biden's speech celebrated the ceasefire, lasted just 3.5 minutes, and was delivered in time for the evening news broadcasts. He reiterated his belief that Israel has a right to defend itself, expressed condolences for Palestinian civilians who died in Israel bombardment, and promised that humanitarian aid to Gaza Strip was on its way. It was enigmatic and perhaps fitting, bookend to the sort of messy Middle East crisis he had hoped to avoid, particularly early in a presidency already oversubscribed with managing the public health and economic tumult caused by the coronavirus pandemic. The conflict had also exposed a rift between Biden and members of his own party. The president, who over nearly 50 years in national politics has burnished a reputation for unwavering support of Israel, leads a Democratic Party who has trended toward a far more divided outlook on the proper path to peace between Israel and the Palestinians. Republicans were all too eager to try to make political use of the situation. Biden had studiously avoided extensive public comment about the Israeli military strikes, but he faced increasing pressure from Democrats to speak out against the Israelis as the death toll climbed in Gaza and as tens of thousands of Palestinians were displaced by the aerial bombardment. Democratic Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut expressed relief at the ceasefire and commended Biden and his team for their work. But he also laid out ongoing worries, saying, quote, I am deeply concerned that without meaningful progress towards a two-state future, the conditions of despair will deepen. further fuel extremism, and lead to a tragic renewal of the cycle of violence. The ceasefire announcement came after Biden on Wednesday stepped up his pressure on Netanyahu, telling the prime minister that he expected, quote, significant de-escalation of the fighting by day's end, according to the White House. But Netanyahu came right back with a public declaration that he was, quote, determined to continue the Gaza operation, quote, until the objective is achieved. Biden's advisors were not overly concerned that Netanyahu's comments seemed to reject the president's public call to ease off, said the official, who was not authorized to publicly discuss private discussions and spoke on condition of anonymity. Interesting. I mean, they just said that it was a leak. There's a mole. There's a leaker in the Biden administration. In fact, soon after Wednesday's conversation between the leaders, the Israelis signaled to the White House that they were prepared to propose a time for a ceasefire, according to officials. Netanyahu, who saw daily polling that showed the vast majority of Israelis opposed a ceasefire, was looking for assurances that if such an offer was extended, it would in fact be accepted, and he wanted the Biden administration's help. Biden on Thursday morning called Egyptian President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi and asked him if he could guarantee that Hamas and other terror groups in Gaza would abide by a ceasefire if Israel agreed to a deal. Sisi told Biden that he was confident the answer was yes, and the White House quickly relayed that to the Israelis. Hours later, Netanyahu sat down with his cabinet for the roughly 2.5-hour meeting. White House officials, who had been in nearly continuous contact for days with the Israelis, heard nothing from Tel Aviv. When it ended, Netanyahu called Biden and told the president that the cabinet had approved the ceasefire. The Israelis wanted it to take effect quickly in hopes of mitigating chances that Hamas would attempt to rain rockets on Tel Aviv in the final moments of the war. Still, Netanyahu conveyed some trepidation that the deal would fall apart. About 40 minutes later, as Biden was preparing for his remarks, Netanyahu called again and told the president he was confident the ceasefire would stick. Yeah, there's Netanyahu just like,
text me, man.
Just send a text by all these calls. That's funny. It's also interesting. They're calling this a full-on war, the 11-day war.
I know. I noticed that.
Yeah. Had not heard it put that way before. While Biden and aides were deep in the back-channel efforts, domestic pressure was building on the president. On Tuesday, while in Michigan to visit a Ford facility and fake drive a car and threaten reporters with violence for asking about Israel, Democratic Representative Rashida Tlaib confronted Biden at the airport and called on him to speak out forcefully against the Israeli strikes. Also this week, Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont and Democratic Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York introduced resolutions to block the sale of $735 million in military weaponry to Israel that had already been approved by the Biden administration. Quote, "Let us hope that the ceasefire in Gaza holds," Sanders tweeted Thursday evening. Quote, "But that's not enough. Our job now is to support desperately needed humanitarian and reconstruction aid to Gaza's people and find a way to finally bring peace to the region." Biden's advisors had concluded in the first days of the crisis, as Hamas fired hundreds of rockets on Israel, that a call from the president for Israeli restraint would have fallen flat. At the same time, early in the crisis, there was a deep worry inside the White House that the fighting could escalate into something that would take months to tamp down. As the outside calls for Biden to speak out more forcefully grew, the president and top aides privately made the case to Israeli officials the time wasn't on their side. Biden and Netanyahu have known each other for more than 30 years and have frequently butted heads. Their conversations throughout the crisis probed one another as they tried to game out a path forward, according to officials. Netanyahu insisted that his half-dozen conversations with Biden during the fighting were warm and friendly. Biden in the calls referred to Netanyahu by his nickname, Bibi. Oh, Bibi. Come on, man. Bibi. Bibi.
Come on, man.
While the prime minister addressed the president as Joe. That is his name. So that's not necessarily
Joe. Bibi.
Joey.
What you got for
Joey.
me now?
Joey.
Ceasefire.
Nah, Joey.
Nah, quote, Joe. They're not going to stop shooting them rockets.
Quote, I told him that any country coming under fire from thousands of rockets on its cities would not sit with folded hands. And I told him that we will halt the fighting once we achieve the objectives of the campaign. Netanyahu said, quote, the president understood this, and this is exactly what we did. Biden ended his own brief remarks about the ceasefire on a hopeful note. Quote, I believe we have a genuine opportunity to make progress, and I'm committed to working for it. There you go. A play-by-play breakdown of Biden's actions.
Joe Biden's political strategy is to just continue to make promises. I'll work on it. I'm looking forward to working on it. He never gets anything done. Just always looking forward to doing things.
It's worked for him so far.
And that's why the CNN article in the last one, it's like, hey, pressure's on, Biden.
Yeah, do something.
Do something about
Go on,
things.
Do something.
Yeah, well, along the same lines here, there was one more article that I wanted to touch on regarding this Middle East issue. It's from New York Times. And the headline, a look inside Israel's Fortress of Zion.
Ooh.
Military command beneath Tel Aviv. And it's sort of long. It's not super long. All right, let's get into it, though. It was a little past midnight on Friday, and Israel's Supreme Command Post was racing to complete as many strikes as possible in the final hours before a ceasefire with the Palestinian militant group Hamas was to take effect at 2 a.m. On a wall covered with huge screens, a three-dimensional diagram of a high-rise building with one of its apartments marked in red popped up. On another screen, a live video from the air circled above a building in Gaza that looked a lot like the one in the diagram. This room is the nerve center of a bunker dubbed the Fortress of Zion, a new Israeli army command post deep underground beneath its headquarters in the heart of Tel Aviv. It is designed to command the kind of high-tech air wars that have supplanted ground invasions fought by tanks and infantry battalions. The latest conflict with the Palestinians was the first time the sprawling facility was used during wartime. It was also the first time the army allowed foreign journalists inside one of the most fortified and secretive installations in the country, an effort to showcase Israel's military and technological prowess, but also to counter criticism over civilian casualties. It's a good PR move. From the bunker, the military oversaw thousands of attacks on the Gaza Strip, most of them from the air, but also from the sea and land. The Israelis said they inflicted serious damage on Hamas, which controls Gaza. Those attacks took a high toll on civilians. Of the 248 Palestinians killed, 66 were children, Palestinian officials say. That toll brought an international outcry and pressure on Israel from its close ally, the United States, to end the hostilities. The Israeli assault also caused widespread destruction to buildings and other infrastructure in the already impoverished Gaza Strip, deepening a long-running humanitarian crisis. The ceasefire continued to hold on Saturday afternoon as Egyptian diplomats tried to mediate a longer-term agreement between Israel and Hamas. There were just a few protests against the Israeli occupation and the war in Gaza, easing fears of a military flare-up. The first noticeable thing one notices upon entering the bunker is the silence. None of the drama and tragedy of war is apparent, and people appear alert, focused, and calm. The command post is built for operations based heavily on intelligence and carried out from the air or by a small group of special forces. It compiles information from disparate agencies into one database and translates it into operational terms. It is a place where people are measured by the number of approved targets, warehouses, tunnels, or weapons that the military can attack. When a senior officer approves one, it is added to a, quote, targets book that the chief of staff reviews once a month. Over the last 2 decades, the targets have increasingly been people like senior Hamas figures. The military is well aware of the criticism of its tactics and the loss of innocent lives, which have drawn condemnation from inside and outside the country. One senior officer, aiming to show that Israel had tried to minimize civilian deaths, pointed to detailed aerial photographs of an operation that he said had been canceled because its target was a Hamas facility near a Gaza hospital. He said many others had been similarly canceled out of concern for civilian casualties. The head of the Intelligence Division's Targets branch, identified as Lieutenant Colonel S, because the military does not allow the intelligence officers to be named in the news media, said he did not think soldiers became cold-hearted by reducing people to targets. Okay. Another commander working in the bunker said, however, quote, "You can't kill someone without something dying in you, too." Major General Nitzan Alon, a former director of operations for the Israeli military, said he understood that the distance from the battlefield and the treatment of people as targets could create indifference in human lives. Quote, "This is part of the commander's challenge," he said, "to ensure that the operation is effective and, quote, to know that there are human beings at the other end." Israel also regularly accuses Hamas of hiding its facilities and weapons inside or near civilian buildings, effectively using civilians as human shields. During regular times, 300 to 400 soldiers work there around the clock. When Israel decided to launch its air assault on Gaza, thousands from military headquarters above ground joined the bunker. Also present were members of intelligence agencies like the Mossad and Shin Bet, Israel's domestic intelligence agency, and foreign ministry and police representatives. For 10 days, they commanded operations from the bunker. Most of them scarcely left. Inside the nerve center, about 70 people were arrayed on different levels so that everyone could see the screens on the wall. Most were in military uniform and under 25, and those out of uniform were mostly older. They sat at tables with computers, landline phones, or more obscure communication devices. Some of their keyboards fed data into the wall screens, a detailed breakdown of attacks carried out and damage done to Hamas. Israel estimates that it destroyed 15 to 20% of Hamas's rocket arsenal and some weapons production facilities. It claims to have killed about 200 Hamas operatives and eliminated 30% of the tunnels under Gaza used for sheltering militants, housing command systems, and moving weaponry around. The nerve center also had a map with locations of ground forces and military aircraft throughout the Middle East. In the hours just before the ceasefire, it was clear that Israel was eager to deal powerful final blows to Hamas. One screen tracked rocket launches from Gaza and a possible hit on the kibbutz in southern Israel. At 2 a.m., the commander echoed the chief of staff's order to cease hostilities, but no one was going home. The post remains on combat alert until Israel determines that the fragile ceasefire will last. Fortress of Zion took 10 years to design and build. Dug deep into the earth, it is protected from a variety of threats, including nuclear attacks. It has enough energy, food, water to function even if its occupants cannot get to ground level for a long time. It is an extension of an old command post nicknamed The Pit that was expanded several times but was deemed too small and gloomy and had electricity and sanitation problems. More important, Major General Erhan Haliva, the current director of operations for the military, said, quote, "Over the years, the Israeli Defense Forces' needs have changed. The huge ground wars of decades gone by gave way to more frequent but smaller operations known as the, quote, war between the wars. And that shift meant relying more on technology and a digital network of pool intelligence," General Haliva said. The bunker is connected via technology to another underground command post for Israel's political leaders near Jerusalem, the Air Force's ground headquarters, and the Shin Bet's command center. The complex includes a gym, a synagogue, a kitchen and dining rooms, and a bedroom for guests with a row of clocks from different parts of the world, Tehran among them. There's also a lounge with food and non-alcoholic drinks, the only spot where soldiers can use their cell phones. One floor is occupied by the Army's high command, including a private room for the chief of staff with simple furnishing mirrored throughout the bunker. Various military and intelligence departments feed the nerve center with information and have a representative physically present. The combined operations allows for a large number of strikes in an almost continuous stream. Some efforts were made to give the windowless bunker a pleasant atmosphere, decorated with pictures of scenic places in the country and a famous quote by Israel's founding father David Ben-Gurion that reads, quote, "In the hands of this army, the security of the people in the homeland will now be entrusted." And if those of you who know a little bit of history, Ben-Gurion had some pretty racist sounding remarks in his quotes too. But that's the article. I thought it was interesting that they call it the Fortress of Zion. And just to kind of connect it to some Bible prophecy here, in brief, not to get into it too much here, but in Daniel 11, talks about the man of sin, Antichrist, and his warpath. And in verse 37 and on, he says, "He shall pay no attention to the gods of his fathers or to the one beloved by women. He shall not pay attention to any other god, for he shall magnify himself above all." Verse 38, "He shall honor the God of fortresses instead of these. The God whom his fathers did not know, he shall honor with gold and silver, with precious stones and costly gifts. He shall deal with the strongest fortresses with the help of a foreign god. Those who acknowledge him, he shall load with honor. He shall make them rulers over many, and shall divide the land for a price." I don't know. I'm not saying that this Fortress of Zion is that, but there is a little bit of like a weird thing going on. You're talking about a military post underground, a fortress, and honoring technology and stuff like that. So I just thought it was an interesting look inside one of the world's top military facilities that took 10 years to build and is an extension of the pit.
The pit, yeah, that was a weird detail.
Yeah. I mean, not to get all biblical, but I think things are going to get biblical.
It's got to be biblical.
Well, speaking of things getting biblical, Gons, let's check in with the beast system.
Speaking of the beast system, beast system.
Okay, as defunding the police continues, Gons, again, 1 year-ish away from the George Floyd event, a year of protests and defunding the police experiments here and there, and continued plans for that down in your area over there in LA, amid the homeless crises and things like that. We've talked about the issue of private police forces sort of being the dystopian future of quote unquote defunding a government police force. This is coming from vice.com, and the headline, it's Motherboard technically, and the headline is "Leaked Emails Show Crime App Citizen is Testing On-Demand Security Force." Crime and neighborhood watch app Citizen has ambitions to deploy private security workers to the scene of disturbances at the request of app users, according to leaked internal Citizen documents and Citizen sources. The plans mark a dramatic expansion of Citizen's purview. It is currently an app where users report incidences in their neighborhoods, and based on those reports and police scanner transcriptions, the app sends real-time safety alerts to users about crime and other incidents happening near where a user is located. It is essentially a mapping app that allows users to both report and learn about crime, or what users of the app perceive to be crime in their neighborhood. The introduction of in-person private security forces drastically alters the service and potential impact that Citizen may offer in the future, and provides more context as to why a Citizen-branded vehicle has been spotted driving around Los Angeles. The news comes after Citizen offered a $30,000 bounty against a person it falsely accused of starting a wildfire. Wow. Quote, "The broad master plan was to create a privatized secondary emergency response network," one former Citizen employee told Motherboard. Motherboard granted multiple sources anonymity to protect them from retaliation from the company. Quote, "It's been something discussed for a while, but I personally never expected it to make it this far," another Citizen source told Motherboard. In short, the product described as security response in internal emails would have citizens send a car with private security forces to an app user, according to the former employee. A private security company working with Citizen would provide the response staff, the former employee added. A second Citizen source confirmed this description of the service. Citizen has been actively testing the program with what the company describes as quick response times and instant communication between Citizen and security partners, according to the emails. One of those companies, according to the emails, is well-known private security contractor Securitas. The email about the tests say that Securitas average response times have improved to around 20 minutes. In one case, a guard showed up in 10 minutes to escort a Citizen employee to get coffee in Los Angeles. One of the former employees also said Securitas was involved. The email added that the user and agent experience needed to be improved and that Citizen was reviewing the results with Securitas to make those improvements. The email also names LAPS, or Los Angeles Professional Security, on Friday. Motherboard reported that Los Angeles Professional Security is linked to a Citizen-branded vehicle driving around Los Angeles. A Citizen spokesperson told Motherboard that the vehicle is part of a pilot program, but declined to say exactly what the program consisted of. On its website, Los Angeles Professional Security describes itself as a subscription law enforcement service. Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah.
The internal Citizen email says the company is an additional response partner. A Citizen spokesperson told Motherboard that LAPS offers a personal rapid response service that we are testing internally with employees as a small test. For example, if someone would like an escort to walk them home late at night, they can request this service. We have spoken with various partners in designing this pilot project. The spokesperson did not address other questions from Motherboard about the content of the leaked emails. One of the emails says Citizen has pitched the security response service to the Los Angeles Police Department at a high level. The email claims that LAPD said the solution could be a game changer. The email adds that LAPD has been overrun with poverty crime and the agency has effectively thrown its hands up because they don't have enough officers on the street to respond to these sorts of calls. The LAPD did not immediately respond for a request for comment. Currently, Citizen offers a subscription product called Protect, which costs $19.99 per month. Protect sends a user's location to a Citizen employee when it's turned on, can stream video to a Protect agent when activated using a safe word, and is pitched to users as a digital bodyguard. Protect also advertises instant emergency response to your exact location and says, quote, live monitoring means you never have to walk alone. It is not clear if the private security response would be tied to Protect or another service. Securitas did not respond to a request for comment. Los Angeles Professional Security acknowledged a request for comment, but did not provide a response in time for publication. Experts have criticized Citizen, saying the app may lead people to report things that aren't a crime and may foster racism. Quote, honestly, Citizen as an app simply doesn't need to exist. And it's more and more apparent as the months go on that leadership is just a bunch of scum, the former employee said.
Oof.
So crazy. So let's see here. There's a lot to go through, but they full on said that they are testing a subscription private security service, which, they're basically talking about privatized police force at the whim of individual subscription holders.
Yeah.
It's one thing to have this sort of, Protect service for $20 a month. You can basically just live chat with somebody in an office if you're walking down a scary alleyway or something, and hope that a 20-minute response time is going to help you. Yeah. It seems like a 20-minute response time is, you just have somebody coming to find your body 20 minutes later. But yeah, this is it, man. The fact that it's happening in LA is a direct connection to the defund the police situation. What did they defunded it by
a couple billion or something.
I think it was like 1.4 billion, 1.7 or something, and they brought it down to 1.3. I can't forget. I mean, I do forget. It was, a significant amount of money of defunding going on with the LAPD. Not that they're broke or anything, but certainly in a town like LA that needs more police, especially at a time like now, any defunding of that department is sort of catastrophic. But there you go. The private sector is here to pick up the pieces, make some money, as well as, you can have a private security guard at your own whim. All it takes is a press of a button on an app. I mean, this is truly a dystopian future becoming real. And again, I mean, I hate to say it. We say it so often, but we really did call it immediately last year when this defund the police nonsense started coming up. That private police would be the answer. And here it is. It only took a year for it to materialize. And the other interesting thing is that it's a former employee doing this snitching. You know, this is not AOC coming out and speaking against a social injustice, the inequality of, rich white hogs being able to pay for their own police force. No, this is an employee of the company saying, why does this exist? It shouldn't exist. And this is going to be really bad. Oh, and just straight up calling leadership a bunch of scum. Now, it could be a spurned lover. Maybe this particular employee, got a bad shake. But it's interesting because the former employee said, honestly, Citizen as an app doesn't need to exist. Well, what is the alternative to a private police force? Is not defunding the government police force.
The state police force,
Yeah. So what do you think, man? I mean, this is weird. This is RoboCop, cyberpunk.
I mean, there's a
dystopian future private police force. If you can pay for the subscription. Now, look, does it sound fun to be able to hit an app and have a bodyguard show up? Yeah, sounds kind of fun. I don't know. Depending on the price.
I mean,
it sounds like
that's the thing.
A novel app to have. Can you imagine? It's a good way to show off to your buddies, like, oh, what are we we're going to walk to the bar? Hold on, guys. Beep, boop, boop. The RoboCop shows up and to escort you and your buddies.
Not quite RoboCop yet, but I'm sure it's heading in that direction.
Yet.
I know. They're going to show the human, the flaw of humans doing this, and then they're going to roll out the robots or Spot or something, and then it's
cheaper. Yeah, you could. That's even better. You don't even need a human security guard. They just have a warehouse full of armed Spot the robot dogs from Boston Dynamics. You hit a button on the app, no humans involved. It just activates one of those dogs to come to your location.
It'll become a decentralized autonomous organization.
Wait a second. I need to get on this right now. I need some investment dollars.
Boston Dynamics is not going to allow you to weaponize their dogs.
It's true, but I do know a Chinese company that stole the technology that will be happy to sell me those dogs.
Oh, and as long as Newsom is in office, that'll be a great pitch too. Hey, we're going to use the Chinese robot dogs.
Newsom will back me up. He'll pay billions of COVID relief dollars to buy a bunch of these Chinese robot dogs.
It's Newsom science, baby! Ha!
The thing that's troubling to me, though, is that remember when apps and the iPhone and everything came out? What did everybody say? It was like a joke. It was overdone. Oh, there's an app for that. Yeah. That,
I believe that was Steve Jobs' last. Oh, no, that wasn't true. But Steve Jobs did, a claim to come up with all of those sorts of slogans. That was sort of supposedly his genius. Sure. And Notorious Occultist, there's an app for that is, that was one of his spells early on.
Yeah. But that's, literally people don't say that anymore per se, but it's becoming a reality when you're talking about. Now, here's the thing. Private security in some situations, I can see it theoretically working. If you want some kind of protection. Now,
you mean like the subscription service?
Yeah, like a subscription service.
I mean, private security already exists.
Yes, I know. A subscription service. But the problem is, if you're only paying $20 a month for a service, it's kind of like you get what you pay for. You know? What are you getting?
That's just for the live chat one. You don't get a guy coming to you.
Okay, well,
for $20 a month.
How much do you pay a month to get a guy to come out?
They didn't say. It's in experimental mode, but I mean, it's kind of like Uber, where you don't get a guy with you the whole time, or maybe you join the service and then you pay.
You pay as you go, or you pay for the service. You pay whatever.
$99 for the subscription, and that allows you to 3 bodyguard hours a month or something. But then the other side of this is, you got all these guys who are in private security. I would say a lot of them are ex-cops. They'll leave the police force to join citizen, or they're ex-military.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of having like a legit security job where their skills are getting put to use, they are basically the Uber drivers of private security. You're kind of stuck in this let's just say it's kind of a crappy job as far as security goes. You are driving around this citizen Jeep going from call to call all throughout the day, and most of the people making these calls are going to be Karens and angry people, who have kids walking in their yard. They call private security. You got to, tell some kids to get off the lawn, that sort of thing. So it's not a fun job for these security guys.
But if this catches on,
the work in my opinion.
Well, not just that, but if this catches on, how big of a force would you need to have to answer? Because Uber is a citizen thing, right? Like anybody can become an Uber driver.
Yeah. Well, who knows? Maybe you just take a little course and get a little certification, and you get a vest and a badge. They won't give you a gun or anything, but you just show up as sort of a community escort type of thing.
Yeah, but then you're going to get, if you want safety on the streets and you want competent people to protect your common citizen, an app is not the way to do it.
Well, the app is just a communication.
No, I get it. But like the whole concept of like, anyone can join and become a part of the force here and you just pass a test.
I made that up. I don't know if that's true.
I know. But I'm just saying, like, number one, how many people are they going to allow? Or is it going to have to be like, I don't know. In terms of public confidence or something like this, I wouldn't even want to use it, because what if the guy shows up is like, yeah, cool. He's volunteered to the citizen thing. But I can take care of myself better than this guy. This guy's just getting in the way. He's making things worse.
You don't get it. You got to get the $500 a month service where you actually get an armed ex-military guy. There's different levels. The $100 a month, you get a lady who shows up. She's got a baton. She's got a baton you can buy at the state fair.
Yeah, but, I don't know. I understand the concept here, and I get it's in like the early stages. But you know what should happen if somebody was smart in the state, at least, is the entire police force should maybe not buy up or maybe not adopt this whole thing, but it should advance in some way that allows for this type of.
You can technically do this.
What?
If you're a taxpayer, you can technically do this in a lot of municipalities. You can call, if you're in an uncomfortable situation, there's a number you can call and a cop will come escort you someplace. Yeah. That's already a thing. And that's what they're saying is the LA police force is so defunded and so overrun with other crimes that they can't handle those calls. So technically, you are allowed to do that. It's a good way of testing how much your police force cares about you.
California also has that $1,000 thing. You know about that, right? If there's a crime that's committed, if the damage or something stolen or whatever, if it's under $1,000, then the cops are like, I can't do anything about it. So I mean, maybe they're the citizen thing.
Well,
can fill
it takes away. So you're talking about actual crime, how to report a crime. I don't think that's what this is for.
I know, but it's inviting more crime, in my opinion.
How?
Because, okay, let's say you're like a person and
I can't believe you've put me in a position where I need to defend this service, but I'll take it. I'll take the bait. I'll take the bait.
No, okay, so I'm picturing a situation where, hey, you're walking down the street and you got to cross the street or whatever. Like you need to walk across this area that's a rough neighborhood or whatever. Let's say you walk through and it's dangerous. It's risky if you're by yourself or if you're with some people that can't defend themselves. Let's say you are walking and then you call Citizen. You're like, hey, I need an escort. And these guys are walking in front of you or whatever. The gang members see that there's like this crew of guys that are like protecting you or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that could instigate even more attention to yourself. Like, who are these guys? And what are they walking on our turf? What's going, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't think this is like I get the concept, but
I mean, there's a very specific painting that you're painting.
I understand that, but
that's okay.
I live here.
I know.
I know kind of if you walk in various areas, most of the time, if you're helpless, unless like, I don't know, maybe I'm just naive and I don't know anything, but it seems like
I don't think you're naive. I think you're just nitpicking a little bit, but I agree that yes, that would not be a good situation in which to use this service.
And then
I think more real. Okay.
And then let's say you're getting the protection service. The guys are up there. They're walking. What if the gang members come? Pop, couple caps get thrown into the guys. Now what? You gonna call again? Hey, your two guys. The two guys you sent just got shot. Can you send a couple more?
Yeah. No, I understand
Sorry,
what you're saying.
I'm poking holes.
I don't think again you call this in a situation where you're sort of the thing that the need that this fills is that it's the peace of mind thing. Remember, this is a private company. The cheapest product to sell is peace of mind. And so, yes, first of all, most crimes, if you're a lone person walking down a dark street, especially if you're a woman, there's different situations, different fears that a woman would have than me being, just a tall, hunky canary with googly eyes.
Yes.
I'm just not going to have to worry about. And so, just having another person there in some sort of uniform is going to make you feel significantly better. Now, yes, if there's like a mob kidnapping planned, one guy with a badge probably isn't going to stop it, but it might stop the crazy, vagrant from harassing you or something.
Sure.
But I think the key to this is going to be the drones, not just the robot dogs, but also, let's say you want to, you got to walk from one place to another. It's dark. Maybe you're Asian. You're scared of the Asian hate. You hit a button and a drone comes whizzing by and just sort of like follows you around. The sound of the drone and the camera on the drone is going to keep you safer than some other situation. And that's where this is really going to take. I mean, you're not wrong, though. Think of the liability of a private police force. Let's say you have the top tier subscription. You're paying the $500 at a press of a button. You get a guy show up. He's got an AR-15 and a riot gear. And he's like your man that can get you to wherever you need to go. If something happens and that guy ends up shooting someone or accidentally shooting you or something like that, the cops, through the law, now this is changing because of recent events, they have the qualified immunity where, most of the time a cop shoots somebody. Not that it's ignored, but they're mostly immune because they're doing their job. That's what they're paid to do. I don't think private security guys have that kind of qualified immunity. In fact, most security places like a mall cop or something, or a security guard at a business building, they are not qualified to actually take action on some sort of violent criminal. Their job is basically to see something and call the cops, or maybe harass some teens or something. They're not like, they don't have a license to kill. They're basically just sort of walking police 911 dialers. So it would be interesting to see, again, it's capitalism, baby. It just depends on what subscription you're paying for.
Yeah. But then to poke another hole, just poke at another hole. What if you and I are like, walking in this crazy neighborhood and I'm like, oh, I need some protection. I call Citizen. I'm like, hey, send me your best guy. And then you're on the other side of the street and you're like, oh man, this neighborhood's a little rough. You call a guy, and so we both have our guys. Mm-hmm. And then we come at we're crossing each other, and then we give each other the stink eye. And then and I tell my guy, I'm like, attack that guy. Get him.
Now you're talking about mercenaries.
Go get him.
Do we hire separate mercenaries
from the same company?
Mercenary battles
from the same company. What do we do? And then what if they're like, no, we're cool with each other, and then they turn on us, and then now we're fighting. Okay, I'll stop.
Gons, you have a very active imagination.
I know. I got to slow down.
We all love you for that.
I'm still drinking my coffee, which is probably what's fueling this madness.
But there is, so anyways, enough about inventing problems with this business model. It's more about the beast system and how it is descending upon us, and we're moving into the dystopian future where not only are there no police, but the police are at the beck and call of those who have money to pay them. And that's what we're moving into.
A smartphone to be able to access that stuff,
Yeah, I mean, and then there's the issue that was kind of brought up with the employee, which is, I mean, if you are a criminal and you are subscribed to be protected by your paid police force, then you can, this can be used just like technology. In any other technology, it can be used for good or ill. And like a lot of problems with artificial intelligence, it depends on the user, depends on the data going in, trash in, trash out, that sort of thing. But we are coming to it's another step to a time where there is a pure dystopia where, roves of marauders are coming through your neighborhood, and you got to have your security bill paid up, or else, the cops aren't showing up.
In the same way that Uber became viral and everybody started using Uber, I don't want to live in a world where everybody has to have a citizen protection security force to get anywhere around town.
Yeah, it's possible.
I just don't like the idea that it invites that environment.
So, you see the threat. Yeah. Although, I don't know, depending on the price points, might be fun to press a button and have a big burly guy with a gun show up. I don't know.
And then hop on his shoulders and run around. And
carry me. I get a baby Bjorn on his chest. You just kind of hook in.
Yeah. All right. One more.
All right. There you go.
One more story and then we're out of here.
We should invite fewer people to be born.
BusinessInsider.com, the declining American birth rate could actually be good for the economy. Wow.
Oh, this goes absolutely counter to everything we know about debt fiat economy systems.
Yeah,
but okay.
Eugenics in the news here. Earlier this month, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, dropped a new report. Oh, they dropped it. That revealed the U.S. birth rate fell by 4%, the sharpest single-year decline in nearly 50 years and the lowest number of births since 1979. The news seemingly sent America, the American media, into shock. One demographer deemed the trend a crisis. In an interview with CBS, while the New York Times explored how the pandemic may be fast-forwarding American decline, and another demographer told CNN the baby bust could have the opposite effect of the 1950s baby boom. I wrote about the baby bust a few weeks ago prior to the latest data, tracing the pandemic's influence on the decision to have kids and how it could either slow down the economy in the long term or result in a delayed baby boom. But here's the thing. A declining birth rate isn't necessarily bad news. It's both the continuation of a decades-long trend and a symbol of progress and gender equity. And while it signals some economic distress, it may also represent the start of a solution to America's affordability problems. What? What is she talking about? The big question is...
Because there's less people... This is so stupid. Because there's less people, there'll be, less competition for buying houses, and the houses go down, the house prices go down. The thing that they have not mentioned yet, and maybe they get into it in the article, I have not pre-read it, is that the debt fiat system requires unlimited population growth to make it stable. And traditionally, if birth rates do not meet the required amount of population growth, that's the whole point of loosening immigration policy. You need the people to work the low income jobs, usually either for teenagers or, if not teenagers, whoever you can get in to work the low income jobs. And so in a lack of teenage or not, teenage is not the right word, but entry level workers, then you bring them in from somewhere else, and that's where immigration comes from.
Yeah. Yep. And
not to say that all immigrants are low wage workers, but the majority of them are.
In California especially, yeah.
Yeah.
The big question is whether women will end up having babies at a later date or will have fewer babies overall. It's too soon to tell. Fewer babies doesn't mean devastation for the U.S. economy, depending on Biden's success in boosting worker productivity with his infrastructure plan and how the economy continues to reopen. But it does mean change, and maybe the cries of despair over the declining birth rate are more about resistance to the unknown than looking forward to a reshaped America with differently shaped families. The declining birth rate is a step into the great unknown, and that could be exciting. I feel like my IQ just slips down every time I read stuff like this. A sign of progress. American birth rates have been declining for 6 years as millennial women have been waiting to have babies until a later age. Birth rates among teens, which have fallen nearly every year for the past 3 decades, were down by 8% last year. This is normal.
Boo-hoo, less teen pregnancies.
If there's any trend to be proud of after the show, that MTV show, what was it? 16 and a Baby, whatever that show was on MTV that showed all these pregnant girls and they're like in high school. Mm-hmm. Might have discouraged young kids from
I think that was
babies.
The point. Yeah.
This is normal if you look at worldwide trends. Christine Percheski, associate professor of sociology at Northwestern University, told me last month that there's been a broader shift among high-income countries and some middle-income countries for women to postpone having kids until later ages. The U.S., she said, was a little slower to see that increase. Look no further than the declining fertility rate or the number of live births a woman is expected to have over her lifetime. It tracks closely with birth rates, and since 1950, the worldwide fertility rate has dropped from an average of 4.7 children to 2.4 children. It all signals economic progress. Quote, "It's about women having access to education and employment opportunities," Percheski said. Quote, "It's about the rise of individualism. It's about the rise in women's autonomy and a change in values. Women," she continued, "are choosing to stay in school longer and waiting until later to marry. The Pew Research Center found that the more educated a woman, the more likely she was to postpone having a child until her 30s. This stat can be partly explained by the fact that women today find themselves with more life options than women 50 years ago. In parentheses, it could also indicate that educated women are financially burdened, but we'll get to that soon." Claire Mehta, an associate professor of psychology at Emmanuel College, who studies established adults. It's weird. Previously told Insider that millennials are finding fulfillment and building a professional life for themselves now because of new opportunities previous generations didn't have. Quote, "Women want to have careers now before they settle down. People want to feel as though they're financially secure," Mehta said. That wasn't happening in the past. It's part of how millennials are redefining adulthood. While many people have described the generation as behind due to their myriad economic woes, they're really just creating a new normal. This person's so woke.
Are you even woke?
All the lines here. Now, while the rise in women's autonomy has helped birth rates climb for women in their later 30s and their 40s in recent years amid the overall declining birth rate, they declined for this cohort during 2020. This might spark some concern over just how severe the effects of the pandemic are. Declining birth rates during an economic downturn also aren't abnormal. Recessions typically have the strongest economic influence on birth and fertility rates. Quote, people tend to wait during periods of political and social unrest, Perchesky said. The Great Recession saw a 9% decline in births per Brookings, about 400,000 babies fewer than there would have been otherwise. And while the Spanish flu only resulted in an economic contraction instead of a recession, that public health crisis also led to a drop in births. That the pandemic combines both health and economic crisis could have a greater impact on birth rates. You know, it's like almost affirming this idea that this entire corona thing was a giant eugenics program.
Yeah, not least of remember the COVID baby boom that was supposed to happen?
Yeah. It was the exact opposite effect.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But recession or no recession, underlying macroeconomic factors are influencing the birth rate. Millennials have long been facing an affordability crisis plagued by the lingering effect of the Great Recession and soaring living costs for things like housing, healthcare, and of course, childcare. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what else is in there, but it's interesting because, I'm not to get all boohoo millennials, but millennials are the first generation in a few generations at least that they're expected to be poorer than their parents. And, there's a lot of reasons for that. Of course, there's the funny jokes to pop about millennials, all wanting to be bloggers or YouTube stars or whatever and
Instagram.
Stuff like that. But, they did go through a couple recessions and are sort of victimized at the peak of student loan scams, at the peak of mortgage housing crises and scams, plus the COVID pandemics right at sort of a coming of age time in their lives. I mean, I'll stand up for my fellow millennials. We've had a different time than most other generations in American history. Yes, we didn't have a draft. That's great news, as if we would be effective in that sort of thing in the first place. I'll admit, but it's the point is the lack of certainty, the lack of stability in the millennial generation certainly does not instill some sort of positivity with the idea of bringing on an extra mouth to feed or person to house.
Sure.
And then, of course, we've got sort of a re-emergence of 60s morals and expectations from life, where you've got sort of the a social breakdown of the value of traditional values, which hasn't been seen since the 60s. So you've got sort of the social engineering going with that with the millennials. And you've also, got all the economic factors I listed before. This does not surprise me whatsoever. Not to mention the fact that, having a dog is sort of socially, ethically equivalent to having a child.
Yeah.
So that's nice.
Let me just read the last two and a half paragraphs here, and then we'll call it quits. And that's only the beginning. It's not having kids or childcare and paying for everything. That's only the beginning of a few issues that could be addressed. Expensive health care or lack thereof, climate change, and debt are other hindrances to having kids. For many millennials, the latter comes in the form of student loans. While Biden's education department has canceled billions in student debt, trillions remain outstanding. Borrowers and politicians alike have been arguing for more student debt relief. The exact impact this would have on births is unknown, but society needs these improvements anyway. If we do get to a point of having to make population-based changes 20 or 30 years from now, it doesn't have to mean the economy is going downhill, but rather in a new direction. Maybe the declining birth rate is not a problem, but a way of telling America it's time to start a new chapter.
Dun, dun, dun.
You know, I agree with you on many of the fronts, but also I think you are basically expressing the social engineering effects of this generation. Like you're basically affirming that the social engineering has worked and it has created an atmosphere to not want to have kids and reduce the population in that way. And all that stuff.
Agree.
So,
and I think there's social engineering. I mean, you're seeing it in the chat, the snowflake comments. Hey, I get it. I mean, you have also been socially engineered to consider.
Oh, every generation
to
has.
To not have any, pity on these snowflake millennials. I mean, that's not like an original thought you had. That is pretty.
It's a social conditioning. It's the effects
ubiquitous.
Of a different kind of social conditioning from a different era. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I would say millennials are. This specific part of millennialism, certainly there has been decades of social engineering to create the thought patterns and the social structures to create what we're seeing today. And those are trends and forces bigger than any individual. As you know, I consider myself, or at least I say I value traditional American values, the value of the family, the individual responsibility for myself and my career and my life and things like that. I'm not looking for any handouts. However, as a millennial, it's pretty hard to avoid some of the big trends and forces, whether they're socially or economically, that yes, hey, I'm not running out to have kids right now. I'm a participant in that idea. Not that I'm in the right situation in a couple different cases.
And I will tell you that I know not everyone is able to do this, but it is, I've often said, and especially with the last two kitties that have come out, having children in this day and age, especially if you're a millennial, is how you fight the New World Order. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, we've said that for years now.
Yep.
Okie dokie. Well, I think that's all we got for today. What do you think?
That's it. Yeah, we're gone 4 hours now.
We did it. We did the 4 hours, baby. Holy smokes. You know, I was telling you this the other day, but I'll just say it on air. Most weeks, we create more content than Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is famous for his, putting out 9 hours a week or whatever. Most weeks we're putting out more content than Joe Rogan. I think that counts for something.
You going down, Joe Rogan.
All right, folks, that's all we have for this Monday show. We will be back on Wednesday. That's Wednesday, May 26th. So make sure to tune back in then. Hey, if you're here and you made it all the way through the show, please make sure to hit the like button, subscribe, turn on notifications to make sure you can get the next episode.
Oh, yes. I agree with you.
Like, subscribe, bell button, all. Like, subscribe, bell button, all.
We need to put a note to make sure that we have that ready.
By the time it gets to 4 hours, I'm kind of zoning out. So it's hard for me to stay on top of everything you're saying.
So Wednesday, that is May 26th. Be here, folks. It's going to be a good time. We'll have a whole nother show for you. Make sure you are signed up, subscribed. Make sure to follow us in multiple locations. That's right. Make sure to follow us. We're over on Twitch. We're on, we got a couple of YouTube channels. We're on Rumble, Odyssey, all over the place, baby. Follow us because you never know. It's happened multiple times now where we will just disappear from your favorite YouTube channel or wherever. So, I don't want to get those emails again about, oh, we didn't do a show. Yes, we did a show. Listen to me. Follow us in other places because you never know. All right. And remember, we'll need some producers for Wednesday's show. So make sure to produce in whatever way is right for you, whether that's your time, your talent, or your treasure. You can produce the show financially at patreon.com/ CCNT, or even better, head on over to canarycryradio.com/support.
canarycryradio.com/support.
That's right, canarycryradio.com/support. You know, I'm just taking from some advice from other producers. Don't wait, because you'll just end up saying, oh, I forgot to produce. I'll produce next time. Oh, I'll produce next time. I forgot. Just go do it now. Head on over to canarycryradio.com/support. Just takes a couple seconds. And you can produce your show, feel some ownership, and feel the shackles of the advertising industry just breaking off of your brain and your soul. I'm telling you, it's a real thing. We hear it all the time from producers. So go do that. Now, you can also produce the show with your time and your talent. Thank you to our timestamp doers. Christine C. did last episode. Thank you very much. And, of course, to all of our artists. If you're a creative person, you want to create jingles, you want to create art, do something for the show, send it on over to canarycryradio@gmail.com if you like it easy, or canarycryradio@protonmail.com if you like to keep it secret. I want to thank all of our producers for this episode 341 of Canary Cry News Talk. They are producers Colleen A., Tara O., David S. Again, Double Trouble, Edwin R., Martin B., John K., Tammy C., Scott K., James H., Sir Casey the Shield Knight, Kimberly W., and of course our Crypto Chad executive producer Chris. Thank you very much for that. And there's a few other ways you can help the show out. And please do this. You know, I say this every single show, and I get it. Most people either have tuned out by now, or they just think other people are going to do it. I'm telling you, nobody else is doing it. Please, you are the one. You right there listening to me in your earbuds, on your speakers in your car. Just do it right. Well, park your car or have your friend do it in the passenger seat. Go leave a rating and a review. You can do that by heading to Apple Podcasts, searching for Canary Cry News Talk. Ratings and reviews, very helpful. Convinces the algorithms to share the show with people. You never know. Your review might be the thing to send the robots over the edge, betraying their beast system masters and sharing the show with strangers you'll never meet. Or maybe you will. Who knows? That'll be fun. You can meet in heaven. So please leave a rating and review and share the show. Share it on your social media. Just press that little share button. It just really helps to have it out there, spreading the good word. Again, you never know who's going to find the show because of you. But you can also get a little bit more targeted in your approach. Go ahead and send the show to your friends, your family, because you got friends and family waking up to the fact that the world is not what it seems. And you can help them on that journey. Do a little bit of bonding, a little truth bonding. No, we don't need no trauma bonding around here. We're doing truth bonding, baby. So send them an episode. Maybe it's this one. Maybe it's a different one. I don't know. People are going to love it. Give them an opportunity to know that other people are seeing the world in the same way. They're seeing the lies. That's what we do here. We analyze the mainstream media to just get them at their own game. It's not just about crazy blogs and things here. We take the mainstream stuff, and I think everybody appreciates that. So send it, share it with the show. And if you need any more instructions, here's what you do. You walk right up to him, you grab him by the cage, and then you shake it.
The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted.
I want to shake things up, stir up some controversy, rattle a few cages. Hey, stop that! You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man, a crusader for the little guy. Leave the bird alone. Never. Rattle a few cages. Rattle a few cages.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve.
And if they don't?
Ask Noah.
That's right. Rattle the cages, baby. Gons, any last words?
2 Samuel 10:12. Be of good courage, and let us be courageous for our people and for the cities of our God.
There we go. Make sure to be back here, folks, on Wednesday, the 26th. Thank you very much for tuning in to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Make sure to tune in next time. But until then, think outside the cage.
under arrest for crimes against science.
Aborted feces.
Look it up.
He's a Satanist.
Aliens. Aliens. It will kill.
Nazis are not welcome here.
Demonic power.
I tried to tell you.
Are you even woke?
Science is truth.
Boy, it's really a productive segment, man.
Remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold. Buy!
I want to shake things up, shake things up. I want to shake things up, shake things up. Leave the bird alone. I want to stir up some controversy. I want to rattle a few cages. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. A crusader for the little guy. Little guy. Well, we'll see about that.
Whatever, Illuminati.
1001. Amen.
Aliens. Aliens. Come on, man.
Fun fact, I believe it was another fun fact. Another fun fact.
Brings me back to my Screamo days.
You can't handle the truth.
They are scum.
In the future, humans will be confined in a people's zoo.
I'll keep you safe and warm in my people's zoo.
Keep yapping, man.
I'll keep you safe and warm now in my people's zoo. You and you in my people's zoo. I'll keep the cameras on.
Vaccinations.
Keep the cameras on now. In my people's zoo. We will learn some new ways. You, yeah, you, in my people's zoo.
Everybody loves waffles.
Demonic power.
Science is truth.
Keep yapping, man.
I'll make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo.
Everybody loves waffles.
I'll make you fat and sassy in my people's zoo. You, yeah, you. You, yeah, you. You, yeah, you. In my people's zoo.
I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo.
Do not come back, you Nazi psychopaths.